Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board Workshop for Public Institutions. If you happen to be an independent institution that came today, we're welcome to have you, or you're very welcome to be here, but I'm not sure what we're going to talk about is going to be very relevant. So the private institution workshop is going to be on October the 4th in this location and also broadcast. I also want to welcome those of you who have tuned in electronically. I'm an oldie goldie, and I'm used to having a face-to-face audience to work with, and I apologize if I fail to acknowledge those who are online appropriately. As we go through the day, we're going to try to we have tried to set this up in a way that those who are at their campuses have an opportunity to send in questions and comments. And you'll see here in front of me two email addresses, or one is an email address, and that is the FA9-26-12 at thecb.state.tx.us, which is our address for you to submit your comments and your questions. To the extent that we can, during the course of the workshop, we will take those questions and field them with the group. If we get a lot of them and are unable to do that and keep the program going, then we will respond to those comments and questions after the workshop and within the next few days. The other email address, or the other address that's here in front of me, is the address for our website. If you want to download the materials that we're going to be going through, they are located in that website, and we hope you will do so. If any of you came in today that did not bring copies of the materials for today, we had a limited number of copies made for your use. And if you will give us your name and email address, well, actually, when you go home, you can go to the website and download the materials. If you have any trouble getting a hold of the materials, send us an email and let us know. We also want to really stress with all of you the importance of being subscribed to the Grants and Special Programs distribution list. This is an email distribution list that we use to be in touch with institutions on an almost daily basis. This is where we send out our allocation memos, policy memos, reminders of deadlines, and so forth. If you have an office that has 10 members, you can have all 10 of you subscribe to this. There's no limit to the number of people who can subscribe. If you want your business officers or anyone else to know about it, share that address and allow them to subscribe. We'd rather have more people subscribe than none. We noticed not too long ago that there were about 20 institutions who were not subscribed to that website or to the distribution list, and frankly, we don't know how in the world they're getting the information they need to administer these programs. So we've been actively contacting them to encourage them to subscribe. So again, if you have not already done so, please subscribe so we can keep close in touch with you. Down below, you'll see our email address for grant info, which is the generic contact for the Grants and Special Programs office, and then our telephone numbers. The handouts, as I mentioned, can be accessed through this website, which is the Coordinating Board website, and then the section for the Grants and Special Programs. In the center, you again see the address for submitting your comments and your questions. And we would ask any of those who are online to send us an email and let us know you're there. One of our goals this year is to be in touch with all institutions for these programs. And one of the ways we'll know that you tuned in for the workshop is if you would send us an email and just say, I'm online, and from your email address we can tell what institution you're with. For the first time in a very long time, we have an evaluation that we're going to ask those of you in the audience to complete. We have copies that will be distributed after lunch. If you picked up a copy of the materials, you already have this included in it. Those who didn't get the materials here, you'll have a copy given to you after lunch. Those online, the evaluation is also with the materials at our website, and we ask you to fill one out, send it in, let us know how we can improve the training that we're trying to give you. Okay, for those of you who are here, if you've never been in this building before, it can be a little bit confusing. Where you came in is our main entrance. If you had come straight down the hallway, you would have passed, the first thing you would have passed as you came in through the double doors on your left is a snack room where are vending machines and tables where you could, if you at lunch go get something and want to bring it back and eat it, you could eat it in that snack room. And again, there are vending machines and you can purchase the goods that are there using a credit card. It's not cash, but it'll accept a credit card. A little bit further down that hallway, right in the middle of the hallway, are our restrooms, the men and women's, both right in the center, and they're marked with signs overhead if you need to, if you're looking for them. Does anyone have any questions before we get started? I probably should have mentioned, you may have noticed that I am not Dan Weaver, who is the one we expected to welcome you this morning. But we are already beginning to gear up for things legislative. And our board is meeting today with a retreat to talk about legislative proposals. And so Dan is doing that. And so we're sorry to not have him with us, but we hope we can field your questions and make this a worthwhile day. Yes, sir. Did you have a comment or question before we get going? Oh, yes. You're talking about for the distribution list? Yes, sir. Again, we really, really strongly advise you, plead with you to register and subscribe to that distribution list so we can keep in touch with you. Okay, moving right along, our first session this morning is a legislative update. And let us pull up the slides. You now know what brand of equipment we use? I love technology. I gave a presentation not long ago, and and forgot to take my PowerPoint on the little thumb drive, and I had handouts, and we just worked from handouts, and I was so comfortable as opposed to working with the technology. Thank you, dear. All right, let's talk about legislative proposals. When I was driving in this morning, I was talking about to myself that I ought to have everyone stand up and raise a hand and say, I solemnly swear that I understand that what we're talking about now is not current statute. And in fact, it is statute that may not even happen. We're talking about what is being discussed. So please be sure as you go home that you don't go home and try to implement some of the things we're talking about. These are proposals only. And in fact, it's a second-degree proposal in that these are proposals from coordinating board staff to our board. And until it's adopted by the board, it won't go forward to the legislature. And then we'll talk a little bit about how the legislative process works to help you understand that we're a long way from these things being reality. Okay, the legislative session begins on the second Tuesday of January of I guess that would be odd-numbered years. The state of Texas meets every other year for the legislature. The regular session lasts 140 days. Occasionally, if the business is not complete, there can be a special session called by the governor to follow that. But if there's a special session, it is very targeted toward specific subjects that the governor has identified as being relevant for that special session. During the regular session, it's kind of a free-for-all in that virtually any statute that is on the books can be proposed for change, and new statutes also can be submitted. One of the things I want to stress really heavily is that when we go into a legislative session, every program that we have has zero funding. Okay? What that means is that until the Appropriation Act gets signed, we're working with estimates, guesstimates, hopes of what the funding will be for our programs. Now, some of you have been around for previous sections and you've gone through this before, and you know that when you make your awards in the spring, or when you're trying to package awards for the spring, for next fall, you are working with unknown numbers for the state. We will give you the best estimates we have, but most of the time, if we are giving you an estimate of your allocation at that time, we're going to, in very large print or as many times as we can without being overly redundant, say, this is an estimate. If you make awards beyond this or even up to this amount, you are doing so at your own risk. We realize that puts you in a terrible situation because you're trying to help kids, but we just flat don't have good numbers until the end of the session and that Appropriations Act is signed. Okay? So please make note of that. In the last session, almost 6,000 bills were introduced, and only about 1,400 of them passed. So again, as we look at things that we would propose, before they get into being reality, they have to be introduced as bills and those bills be passed. So we're still a long way from this being reality. Okay. Any questions at this point? Okay. Getting a bill passed. When we submit legislative proposals to the board, or when anyone wants legislation to be passed, you've got the situation that someone has to sponsor a bill. A member of the House or member of the Senate needs to accept it. Just a moment. Thank you. And sometimes you can find a sponsor, sometimes you can't. So that's an unknown as we go forward with it. The bill is drafted. We would give something, or someone else could propose legislation that would be a hand draft saying this should act differently. In order for it to be submitted as a bill, it has to go to Legislative Council, who will draft it in the formal format, the formal language, and so forth for it to go forward. And that is typically done at the request of a sponsor. The Legislative Council isn't going to do it unless a member of the House or the Senate is going to say, I'm going to sponsor this bill and introduce it. The bill then is filed with the chamber, either the House or the Senate, and it eventually gets submitted for or posted for public hearing. Now, whether it ever comes out of committee moving forward so that it can eventually become statute, all depends on what happens in that committee. If the committee believes that this is a good bill, even if they have to make some adjustments to it, they can then send it to the opposite bill. Let's say this is introduced in the House. The House would work with it and get it to where they feel it's a good bill. This committee will work with it. Then it forwards it to the Senate, and the Senate has to also pass it before it can become, even be submitted to the governor for signature as a law. If the House version is different from the Senate version, that bill will go to a conference committee, and those differences will hopefully be worked out. And then that final bill goes to the governor for signature. As you can imagine, in this process, you can see why only 20-something% of the bills get passed. A lot of them never make it through that gauntlet. Okay. Let's talk about what we have suggested to our board. This afternoon, Lynn Kenyon is going to give a presentation on the Texas Grant Program, and she will cover the Texas Grant proposal, so I'm going to go on with the others that we have in the hopper. TEOG, this is the Texas Educational Opportunity Grant, which is for 2-year public institutions. One of the things we're trying to do is add more flexibility to the packaging of TEOG. We have a requirement in that program that the recipient has to be an entering student, which means by our definition that they have fewer than 30 hours of college credit, that they have acquired either, that they have, and this is discounting, not counting, dual credit or credit by examination. But we would like this program to be more open. We would like it to be something that a person who's been working in the workforce decides they need to come back and get better training, and so the program would be open to them even if they had gone to college before. So that is one of the things that we're trying to do. We would love to just let the substance abuse requirement for TEOG and Texas Grant parallel what they are for the federal government, federal programs, so that you don't have to deal with that additional form that you're messing with for TEOG. So that is also a suggestion that we have going forward. We're also asking for more money. There have been, one of the things that Lynn will talk about this afternoon is the coordinating board in its recommendations to the legislature also has to recommend funding and how programs are used. One of the things that will be mentioned this afternoon and that is up for discussion is whether Texas Grant should become a university program only, in which case the money that the two-year colleges have been getting through Texas Grant would be made hopefully available to them as an expansion of the TEOG program. None of this, again, is going to happen unless some heavy decisions are made by the legislature. But these are the kinds of discussions that are going on right now. So we may have more money in TEOG, and the two-year colleges may be out of the Texas Grant program when we go forward. But we will have to wait and see what happens. Yes, ma'am.
If they pass that, will they allow students that have recommended or advanced get the TEOG? Because right now it's only for minimum.
Oh, the TEOG can also go to people who have recommended or the other, yes. The TEOG is more open than Texas Grant. Texas Grant has a requirement of the recommended or higher curriculum. TEOG doesn't have that. So that really lets that to be more, flexible. Yes, ma'am. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if that in the Texas Grant, if that is removed from the two-year university, dollar for dollar, or pretty much, or based on the prior funding project models?
The question is whether we believe if money is transferred from Texas Grant into TEOG, it would be a dollar for dollar transfer. Have no idea. And the reason I say it that way is we don't know what the Texas Grant appropriation will be for next year at this time. So how they will split the money forward, we don't know. Sure.
What will be the transfer opportunities for students at a two-year university if Texas Grant is not available for them?
Okay, again, I don't want to take all the thunder out of what Lynn's going to talk about, but there's also effort to improve the transition or the transfer eligibility for Texas Grant. Okay? And we'll talk a little bit more about that this afternoon. Any other good questions? Any other questions? Okay, let's talk about Be On Time. Be On Time is a program that is kind of grant, kind of loan. It's a program that allows students to get a zero interest loan while in college, and then if they graduate on time with a B average, that loan can be forgiven. It has had issues in the past, primarily issues dealing with funding, in that the source of money for Be On Time, right now we have two sources. One is the some set-aside money at public universities from designated tuition goes into the Be On Time program. And one of the controversies is that School A may be putting this money into the Be On Time program, but they're not necessarily getting all that money back through the Be On Time program. It may be going to other institutions, and that's controversial. There have been some general revenue or state tax dollar appropriations for Be On Time as well. So they're 1 year we'll have money, 1 year we'll only have money for returning students, the next time we don't know how much money. So the funding issue is difficult for Be On Time. Among the discussions and proposals that have gone forward is to split Be On Time into two different programs. One would be a tuition rebate program. And for public universities, the plus of that would be that you would hold that money on your campus. You wouldn't be sending it off to other institutions. And what would happen is that set-aside would go into a fund, and people who graduate from your college on time with a B average would get a share of that money back kind of as a rebate against their tuition and fee charges. The other proposal is to still have a zero interest loan, which everyone thinks is a great idea, but do away with the forgiveness angle, because it is part of the difficulty in getting funding for Beyond Time, is that if loans are going to be forgiven, how do you pay off bonds that are used to pay for loans? So that could be an improvement there. And we'll just see how that works. These, again, are proposals. The zero interest, the other problem that Beyond Time has right now is that the federal government identifies two types of loans. You have federal loans and you have private loans. And there are some heavy, heavy restrictions about what you colleges can tell students about private loans. And they don't have a category for state loans. The state loans fall into the category of private loans. So even if you thought the zero interest loan was a good idea for some of your students, you can't bring it to their attention. If they bring it to your attention, you can say, sure, this is an option, let's go forward with it. But you can't have this preferred lenders list that would include a zero interest loan through Beyond Time. So that's been another problem for Beyond Time. The final one I'll mention is that when it is forgiven, it is taxable income. And so that also can be a put-off for the student who is getting a zero interest loan. So what's going to come out for Beyond Time, we have no idea. But at least there are lots of discussions about how to make it better. And if you have some ideas that you want to share, feel free to send in your comments, your suggestions, and we'll share them with the powers that be here at the coordinating board. Any questions? Okay. Hazelwood. Hazelwood exemption. We're going to have a whole presentation on Hazelwood shortly, so I'm just dealing with things that we're talking about changing. We have, by policy memo, advised institutions that if you had a veteran who was eligible for Hazelwood, but who is out of state because they are back in the service and are on orders, or their spouse is in the service and they're out of state on orders, then that veteran can go ahead and use Hazelwood even though the statute indicates they have to be residing in Texas. In other words, that being out of state for orders is an exception to what's in statute. We would like to have that in statute, not just policy memo, so that's what that first one is all about. We have, by policy, understood that a person who gets disabled in the line of duty would not have to have the 180 days of active military duty and things like that. Again, this is our interpretation of statute, and no one's ever challenged it, but we would really love to have that back up in statute, so that's what that is about. It's not changing anything, it's just getting that support in the statute itself. We've had difficulty with understanding what the difference is between being 100% unemployable and being totally disabled. And we're hoping to get that language sorted out so that there isn't confusion between federal and state benefits and who would be considered disabled for them and eligible for them. One of the unexpected things that happened in the last session is that the 26-year age limit, which had been buried in the legacy part of Hazelwood, was pulled out and put in the general section for Hazelwood, so it's now applying, it would apply to everyone. Now, we have indicated that the people who were already in the program aren't impacted by this, but we don't believe legislative intent was to apply the 26 limit to everybody, all the children in Hazelwood. We think it was intended just for legacy, and so we're hoping they will go back and put it back where it was, where it would be legacy only. Okay? As you know, we've had yes again, no, and no again kind of discussions about stacking federal and state benefits. We have a request for an AG opinion, and we got the opinion yesterday, and we're still trying to figure out what it says, and we'll share it with you as soon as we understand it. But we're trying to clarify what students or what choices veterans have with regard to their federal benefits when they're also getting Hazelwood. And we'll get information out to you as soon as we feel comfortable with the interpretation of that opinion. One thing that has come up with the Legacy program is, let's say a parent assigns 100 hours to Jane, and Jane goes and has a really good time at college, but grades are not so good, and the parent decides, well, it would probably be a better investment for me to give those hours to Elizabeth, my sister. We want it in statute confirming that the veteran can revoke that and give it to another child. Again, we've been doing this by policy. We would just like a little more support in statute. And then the last one, and we have no idea where this is going to, if this will occur or not, is that, as you well know, the Hazelwood exemption is costing more and more and more money. The expansion to Legacy, the expansion to spouses, this is costing a lot of money from the institutions. In 2011, the total cost of Hazelwood was $71 million statewide. And there's been some discussion about, hey, if the state wants to make this program keep growing, which is probably a good thing because we want to support our veterans, maybe the state also should be bearing some of that cost. And so there are discussions of trying to get some money to reimburse institutions. We will have to see what comes out the other end of the session. Any questions on this? Okay, that's Hazelwood. You will be quizzed on this before you go home. Okay, exemptions and waivers. The state of Texas has 62 exemption and waiver programs. And they were all created kind of like in a vacuum. They don't talk to one another. They have different definitions, different terms, different requirements. And we would try to add some common definitions to exemption and waiver programs so we have more consistency among the programs. Only a couple of them have academic progress requirements. Now, exemptions and waivers went to 237,000 students in 2011 for a value of $498 million of foregone tuition and fees. So adding some restrictions to make sure these are going to kids who are serious about their studies and making progress is important, and so that's what the second bullet is about, is adding some academic progress requirements for renewal awards in the exemptions and waivers. Right now, if a student takes too many hours as a result of changing majors, dropping classes because they're not happy with their grades and so forth, they can face some penalties. If they go over 30 hours beyond their degree plan, they can be required to pay a tuition rate that is almost as high or maybe as high as the non-resident rate. But if they have an exemption, if they're entitled to an exemption, these kids are getting around those penalties. So one of the suggestions is to put in the statutes that, no, you can't use an exemption to get around those penalties. Okay? What may happen in that case is you would pay you would get exempted from the paying the resident rate amount, but that penalty between the resident and non-resident rate might be passed on to the student, to make sure they understand that they can't keep taking excess hours or dropping classes. Again, trying to be efficient in the use of these exemption and waiver programs. We know very little about people who get exemptions and waivers. We don't know what their income situation is. We don't have any information about them. And we also don't know if they're applying for financial aid. And so one of the suggestions is to require them to file a FAFSA, not as a requirement for getting an exemption, but before they can get a renewal exemption in the spring term. Again, the idea is to get more information about them so we'll know where the money is going and be able to assess whether these are good investments for the state or your institutions, because most of this is paid out of your hide, whether they're good investments for the state of Texas. And then the last thing is that when I get a question from a student about an exemption and waiver, I usually automatically send it to the financial aid office, not because I think or know that you do exemptions and waivers, but because you're the person I know. And it would be nice if each institution identified a contact person, not necessarily the one who does all of the paperwork and all the eligibility requirement review and so forth, but somewhere where we can send a student to get information about where to go to apply for an exemption. Because it could be the business office, admissions office, financial aid office, Veterans Affairs office, et cetera, et cetera. And if we had one contact at each school, we could start the kid there, and then they will efficiently go to the right place to find out more information. So that's what that's all about. Any questions or comments about exemptions and waivers? Okay. We have a couple of other programs that have been suggested for change. One is that the Armed Service Scholarship Program, which is a scholarship program where the recipient is identified by a member of the House or the Senate. It does not have a financial need requirement at this time, and in a world of limited resources, the thought is that anything that we're giving out the door probably should have a need criterion. And so this is the suggestion here for the Armed Services program. Okay, last thing here, and I don't know that this is so much in your world as in the world of someone else at your campus, but right now, non-resident tuition at public universities, health-related institutions, and for the undergraduate work at the medical and dental colleges is set by the coordinating board based on a set of instructions that are in statute. One of the tricky parts about that is finding, in that formula, by the way, is that the rate in Texas would be based on the average that a Texan would pay attending one of the 5 most populous states in the country. So it's Illinois, New York, Pennsylvania, Florida, and California, I think. But just like our state, well, their states will often have a variety of non-resident rates. It's not set by the state, but by the institution. So trying to come up with that calculation is difficult. Current non-resident rate for universities in Texas is $401 per hour. That's a very, very high tuition rate. What this suggestion is that we set that the state formula be changed, that the state would set, the coordinating board would come up with a minimum tuition, non-resident tuition rate, and then institutions would have the authority to set their rate above that, and that could reflect their policy about enrolling out-of-state, non-resident international students. So an institution who is interested in bringing a lot of out-of-state or international students might set a lower rate. An institution that is not interested in that may have a higher rate. But it would reflect more your mission with regard to out-of-state, non-resident students. And I don't know if this will go forward, but it is a suggestion to try to give the universities the same freedom that community colleges have, because community colleges now can set their own tuition rates. Okay, that's everything on exemptions and waivers. Any questions? I'm sorry, this is on other stuff. Any questions on this? I believe. Okay, most important thing. These are proposals. Remember, think of raising your hand and pledging that you understand that these are just proposals. We will not know what's even going to be presented by the board until sometime in the next few weeks, hopefully. The board meets in October, the end of October, and so probably at that meeting would be when our board would adopt its legislative agenda. But again, as we mentioned at the beginning, that then they have to find sponsors who are willing to try to get the bills on into the hopper at the legislature. And then during those hearings, those sponsors defend those bills, explain the bills, and then it goes on from there, and we'll see what comes out the other end. Okay? Any questions about legislative proposals? I apologize for that post. If I had the ability to remove it, I would do so. Is it better for us to be, I don't know. It doesn't matter where we stand. We're going to lose a couple of people. Feel free to move as you need to in order to have full view of the speaker. Any additional questions? Lynn, have we received anything internet? Okay. I'd like to repeat for those people who are online, please send your questions or comments to this FA 9-26-12 at thecb.state.tx.us. We'd be glad to try to respond to your questions. Any questions? Okay, let us take a moment, and we will now transition to the Hazelwood exemption presentation. Thank you. Justin, do you want this?
Good. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for coming and welcome. Thank you, everybody, for joining online. My name is Justin Greiner. I'm the program specialist here at the coordinating board in charge of the Hazelwood exemption. As most of you know, the Hazelwood exemption is an exemption for veterans and their families from an exemption from tuition and fees for up to 150 semester credit hours. And the Hazelwood can be used at public colleges and universities in Texas. Private institutions do not qualify. Today we're going to be going over eligibility requirements for the veteran, for children and spouse. We're going to go over the Legacy Act and how it differentiates from traditional Hazelwood. We're going to talk about the default loan check process. We're going to go over the new Hazelwood database report that's very exciting, coming out this fall. The data structure for the new report, and talk about an accepted file and any other questions that you all may have about the Hazelwood report. Let's go into eligibility for veterans. As you know, veterans who to qualify are veterans who meet at least one of the following time of entry requirements. Now, these have to be met at the time the veteran entered into the service. If they changed their residency to Texas or came to Texas after they entered, that wouldn't qualify them. They would have to have a tie to Texas when they begin. To qualify, they would either have to enter the service in Texas, and that would be designated on their DD-214 as their place of entry, or they have to have declared Texas as their home of record at time of entry. That is also designated on the DD-214. If you have a Service 2 copy, it may not show that. There's, DD-214's changed a lot over time. So I recommend if a veteran brings in a Service 2 copy and their place of entry is not Texas, and they feel strongly that their home of record at time of entry was Texas, then you may want to request for them to contact the National Personnel Records. They're in St. Louis, Missouri, and request a Member 4 copy of their DD-214. The Member 4 copy should give you a little more information than a Service 2 copy. Last but not least, if the veteran's DD-214 does not indicate that they entered in Texas or that their home of record at time of entry was Texas, but they feel very confident that they were a Texas resident when they entered into the service, if they can provide proof to the institution dated back when they entered the service that they were a Texas resident, then they potentially could still qualify. So, for example, if a veteran did all of their high school in Texas and then they graduated, and then about a month or two after high school graduation, they went to Louisiana, and they were helping someone out in Louisiana. And their situation changed, and they enlisted into the military. I apologize. The allergies in Texas are horrible. But if they, they still were a Texas resident. It takes a year to establish a residency in another state. So that person going into college applying for the Hazelwood exemption, since their DD-214 may indicate Louisiana as their place of entry and their home of record at time of entry, could submit a copy of their high school transcripts. It would show that they did all of their high school in Texas. They lived there for 4 years. Their date of entry on their DD-214 would be less than a year after the high school graduation, and you could make that connection. Now, some people go into the military more than a year after high school graduation, and they would have to provide something else. And that something else is determined by you, the institution. Okay? And if you feel confident that the information they provided to you is sufficient proof that they were a Texas resident, you can save that documentation and move forward with the application process. But that's determined by the institution, and that's between the veteran and the school. The second thing is they have to have served at least 181 days on active military duty, excluding training. Now, active military duty is time in the military. If you're in the reserves or the Guard and you're not activated to serve out of the Guard or the Reserve, that time in the Guard and the Reserve counts as training. You have to serve on actual active military duty time, as indicated on the DD-214, under net active duty time served, for at least 181 days. The veteran needs to receive an honorable discharge or a discharge under honorable conditions. Other than honorable would not count. And they cannot be in default on a state loan that's guaranteed by the state of Texas. I'll go into that further in another slide about verifying that default status, but keep in mind these are only loans made or guaranteed through the state of Texas. If they're a loan that's in default and shows up on NSLDS and it's not a loan through us, that does not impact Hazelwood eligibility. It may impact the Pell Grant or other federal financial aid, but it won't impact the Hazelwood exemption. Now, a veteran applying to use the exemption for themselves only has to fill out the HEV application. The HED application for dependents comes into play when someone else is wanting to use the exemption besides the veteran. Any questions online? I encourage questions, but go ahead.
If they got, like, say,
The question is, if a veteran comes in and they have a discharge status of other than honorable. Other than dishonorable? Other than dishonorable. Well, I would assume if it's other than dishonorable, it would be honorable, but I haven't seen that before. Uncharacterized would not count, okay? The uncharacterized, and when I've seen that come up and talking with the Texas Veterans Commission, that usually means that they were never actually activated. They didn't go serve on active military duty. They may have been in the Reserve or the Guard or some other service other than active military duty to get that uncharacterized. That's my understanding of it. But if you get a DD-214 that's uncharacterized, that would not qualify. It has to say honorable, under honorable conditions. If it just says general, that is assumed to be under honorable conditions, but pretty much those are the only ones that qualify. If it's other than honorable, uncharacterized, and I've never seen other than dishonorable, but I would have to run that one by the Texas Veterans Commission. I haven't seen that before. You have a question, Len?
Well, I just want to say we're getting, you're saying that we're breaking. Hopefully that will help a little bit.
Sounds good. I will do. Thank you. I hope that's better. We have a question in the back.
Yes, I was wondering as far as this particular case in which I had was the active duty member during the time in which they were active duty did not enlist in the state of Texas. They separated in the state of Texas. But they served 16 years, but they re-enlisted as reserve in the state of Texas. So we were trying to figure out, would that home of record for reserve be state of Texas, but their active duty, they served more than 181 days active duty, but didn't enlist. So it's like two separate forms. Is there a way you can put it together to make one?
What the question was, if a veteran comes in who served for 16 years, but their original enlistment wasn't from Texas and they weren't a Texas resident, then they discharged here in Texas and then re-enlisted back into the reserves. Unless that veteran was called up to active duty out of the reserves for at least 90 days and issued a DD-214 that showed that he enlisted in Texas, then he wouldn't qualify because his prior DD-214 didn't say Texas. Enlisting in the reserves of the Guard won't qualify for the Hazelwood exemption unless you're activated. Now, if he was activated and say he only served 90 days and then was discharged and got an honorable DD-214, that DD-214 wouldn't have the full 181 days required to qualify, but it would show that he enlisted in Texas had an honorable discharge, hopefully, or under honorable conditions, and served 90 days on active military duty, excluding training. Then you could accept both DD-214s to combine, because the statute doesn't say 181 days consecutive. It says 181 days. So by being called up out of the reserve and serving and getting a DD-214 with a discharge that's honorable or under honorable conditions, then if he needs it, he can pull that prior 16 years in to qualify for the 181 days requirement. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Multiple questions. I'm going to come to you, and then but there's one in the back.
Yes. Just clarify again the notice on the DD-214. If it says general, are they eligible to use that?
Yes. If the discharge just says general, that is assumed to be under honorable conditions.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem. Did you have a question?
Other than dishonorable would be not eligible. I'm just
Other
clarifying.
than dishonorable, I have not had come up. Since I've had Hazelwood, I've had other than honorable, that would not qualify because it's not under honorable conditions. But other than dishonorable, I have to be honest with you, I haven't seen that before.
We have seen that at our school just a couple of times, and so I'm just asking for clarification as to eligible or not eligible.
What I think we should do is look into it, and then what I'll do is when I have a definite, solid answer, I'm going to run it by the Texas Veterans Commission, get their opinion on it. What I'll do is we'll send out an email over that listserv that every one of you needs to sign up for, correct? Correct. I'm just kidding. Or I have a Hazelwood distribution listing, and I would probably send a question like that over both, over the listserv, maybe in Lynn's Q&As, or I would send it over, and I would also send it out over our grants and special programs listserv. So, Sophia, could you write that down for me? If a character of service is other than dishonorable, would that qualify for the Hazelwood exemption? And I'll look into that and let you know. And what's your other question?
Okay, at this time we allowed them to take the Hazelwood because it was other than dishonorable, which meant it must be honorable.
That's the way I'm thinking. You know, other than dishonorable would be honorable. But since I haven't had that, I want to make sure that's correct, especially if you see that quite a bit. I can't believe I haven't heard of that, but we need to get a definite answer on that and send it out to the group.
I'll try to find out the specific.
Sure, send it to me.
I have a lot of Hazelwood students, so it's pretty easy for me to find out exactly who that person was, and you can look at their DD-214 possibly. Absolutely.
We'll look into it. Let me know what you find out. An email that everyone can reach me at is hazelwood@thecb.state.tx.us. We check that email on a daily basis. If I'm out of town doing a presentation, it'll be checked by a backup. But that's a really good email address. It's hazelwood@thecb.state.tx.us. And we have plenty of time. I started early, so we're going to take plenty of questions. And do you have another one?
I do. I just wanted to see if you would clarify again for us the request, a member 4 copy of their DD-214 if they give you a service 2. And you're it's not quite clarifying for you?
Well, if the Service 2 copy gives you what you need to qualify, if it shows their place of entry, if it shows that they served 181 days on active duty with an honorable discharge, you can definitely accept a Service 2 copy. But now, if that Service 2 doesn't show you that they qualify, and maybe you need to find out the home of record at time of entry, that's what's missing on the Service 2, have the veteran go out and see if there's a Member 4 copy on file. They may be a copy with the VA, but they don't have a copy, and then they can get it, and if it shows Texas, bring it into you, and that could qualify them for the Hazelwood exemption. I know we had a question in the back.
Mine is not a question. It's just a different addition to that other than dishonorable. I have heard in relation that can be the same as general. But we need to clarify.
Yeah. Again, I'm not positive, so I don't feel comfortable saying yes or no on that, but we're definitely got that down. We're going to look into it, and we're going to send it out over the listserv. And I have a Hazelwood distribution listing. If you would like to be on just the Hazelwood distribution listing, email me at that Hazelwood email address and I'll add you to that. Now, you may get duplicate notifications if it's something major we need to get out. I'm going to send it out over our listserv and over our Hazelwood, my Hazelwood grants and distribution listing. So if you sign up for that and it's something major with Hazelwood, don't get upset if I send you a notification twice, one through each.
And
Yes,
Justin, I
Lynn?
do have 3 questions that have come in online. The first one is, I have a student that their discharge condition was general discharge under honorable conditions, yet the note was misconduct. Do they qualify?
If the discharge designation says general under honorable conditions, there may be remarks, but the VA gave them that discharge of general under honorable conditions. So I would think that, yes, they would qualify.
The second question is, I have a veteran student that was discharged for medical reasons. Therefore, her discharge status shows medical. She was told she could get it changed to honorable if she contacts the commission. Have you heard of this before?
I have heard of that. I think that the eligibility requirements are clear, that they have to be discharged honorable or under honorable conditions. So they either need to get that updated by the VA, or they need to provide you some sort of proof that you feel confident accepting and documenting that they were honorably discharged. Now, if it's not a DD-214, I would say make sure you get some pretty good documentation from the VA. But if you feel confident that it was under honorable conditions, you can move forward. But it does need to be under honorable conditions. So if they can't verify that, they shouldn't make the award.
And the third question concerning default. A student can be eligible if they are in default on a federal loan? That was a question. I assumed that since TG guaranteed loans for most schools in Texas in the past, the default rule was in place. However, since TG no longer guarantees loans, does this no longer apply?
Yes, that does no longer apply. Only loans guaranteed through our agency here at the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board affect Hazelwood eligibility. Now, we have a default verification process that I'll go over in a slide later about how you can do that, how you can verify if they're in default on a loan with our agency. But if it is through TG or any other lender such as Sallie Mae, Nellie Mae, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, you name it, if they're in default, it won't impact Hazelwood eligibility. They may not be able to get the Pell or Stafford loan or other federal financial aid, but it would not impact the Hazelwood exemption. Are there any other questions? All right, good questions. And we still got to look into that one, but we'll keep moving forward. Let's go into eligibility for dependents of disabled, deceased, or missing in action veterans. Now, to qualify for this, the dependent child or the spouse must be related to a veteran that meets at least one of the time of entry requirements. Even though the veteran is 100% disabled or had a service-connected death or went missing in action and was never found, you would still have to be able to prove that they entered in Texas. If they entered in another state and then became 100% disabled, missing in action, or died of a service-connected death, they wouldn't qualify. They still have to start their service from Texas. Now, as Jane said earlier, they won't have to have the 181 days served. They may have gone directly into the service, and a month after being in or a week after being in, something major happened, and they're sent home honorably, and they're 100% disabled. Then they potentially could still qualify if they started from Texas. The child and spouse who are applying for their benefit, and again, I want to clarify, when they're applying from a disabled, deceased, or missing in action veteran, they're applying for their own benefit. So each child and the spouse can apply for their own set of 150 hours, unlike Legacy. The child, if it's a child getting it and not a spouse, they must be 25 years or younger. We're looking at getting that changed back to how it was, but under the current rules, the child must be under the age of 26. Now, if the child can show that they're coming into your school, but they got this exemption prior to fall 2011, and you can look that up online, then they're grandfathered under the old rules, and the age cutoff wouldn't apply to those children. And we're trying to have that change going into fall 2013. But again, I know I'm reiterating this, under the current rules, any child using the Hazelwood exemption, whether it's through Legacy or whether they're getting their own hours here, must be under the age of 26. All right.
Justin, I have another question.
All right, go ahead, Lynn.
Online question. If the 181 days of active days or duty was not completed due to medical discharge, do they still qualify?
If they are discharged 100% disabled. Now, if they're medically discharged and they're only 50% disabled or 60% disabled, then they wouldn't qualify. They have to be 100% service-connected disabled for the purpose of employability. If they were discharged after 50 days and they're honorable, unless they're 100%, the children wouldn't be able to apply, and the veteran wouldn't qualify because he didn't serve 181 days, or she. Okay? Also, like I said, each recipient applying for this from an eligible veteran receives their own 150 semester credit hours to get through Hazelwood. So each child gets the 150. They don't have to split it up. They must be a child of a veteran or spouse who was killed in action, became totally disabled for the purpose of employability, or went missing in action and was never found. Now, for dependents of a veteran or a spouse of a veteran applying for their own benefit, they only have to complete the HED application. The HEV does not have to be completed. The veteran may be deceased, so obviously the HEV wouldn't be completed there, or they're missing in action. If they're 100% disabled, they still don't have to fill out any applications. Only the child or the spouse fills out the HED and then provides proof that the veteran entered in Texas, is 100% disabled, service-connected death, so on. Okay? Now, let me ask you a quick question. If the veteran went into the service, and we covered this, I just want to make sure you understand, and they only served 30 days, and then something happens, and they get discharged honorably, and they're 100% disabled, do their children potentially qualify if they entered from Texas? The answer is yes. Now, does the veteran qualify to use the Hazelwood exemption? I don't see an answer. Yes? How many people say yes? How many people say no? The answer is no. And the answer is no because the veteran didn't serve 181 days. And that's the requirement for the veteran to use the exemption. Now, the requirement for children and spouse to get their own hours is that the veteran entered in Texas, became 100% disabled, went missing in action, or is 100% disabled or service-connected deceased. Then the children could get their own benefit, but the veteran wouldn't qualify. Now, if the veteran served 181 days on active duty, then became 100% disabled, then that veteran could potentially get it, and the children and the spouse could get it, because the veteran served 181 days before they were disabled. But if they only served 30, 40 days, then the children could apply, but the veteran would not qualify, because the requirements for the veteran to use the exemption is that they served 181 days, excluding training, with an honorable discharge. I know I wanted to bring that up because I know a lot of schools have a misunderstanding about that, and a lot of schools are watching online. This is being recorded. But if the veteran did not serve 181 days on active duty, excluding training, that veteran cannot get the Hazelwood exemption. Now, the children and the spouse may be able to if it became or she became 100% disabled, missing in action, or died of service-connected death. You have a question?
Yes, so just to reiterate, because that's a good point. If the veteran entered in, served 50 days, something tragic happened, became 100% disabled, they're still not eligible because of the 181 days?
That veteran is not eligible because they did not serve 181 days, excluding training. Now, their children and their spouse could go apply for the benefit because that veteran is 100% disabled and they entered in Texas and they have an honorable discharge. But the 181-day requirement applies to the veteran. I know that a lot of schools had a misunderstanding about that, so I'm going to start bringing that up in every presentation unless the rules or the law changes. But the veteran, to get the exemption themselves, has to serve 181 days active duty, excluding training. All right. So moving forward, any other questions on that? And just to let you know, I got that wrong when I took over the program, but I just wanted to make sure everyone's on the same page. All right, let's go over the Legacy Act. The Legacy Act is when the veteran qualifies. They went in, they served 181 days, they get out, honorable discharge, but they're fine. They're not 100% disabled. Then, if they don't plan on using the exemption, they have the ability to transfer those hours down to currently one child at a time, and when the transfer is made, all of the hours transfer over. Okay? Now, we currently have in policy that if the veteran wants to revoke those hours to use themselves or give to another child, they can do that. And we're looking at writing that into law. That's just a policy right now. But let's go over legacy some more. To receive a legacy transfer, the child receiving the hours must be the biological child, adopted child, stepchild, or claimed on the veteran's as a dependent on the veteran's income tax return in the current or previous tax year. The child must be 25 years or younger, and that goes by the first day of the semester. If they're 25 or younger on the first day of class, they can use it that semester. If they're 26 or older, they can't. If they change age in the middle of the semester, they can get it that semester, but they can't get it the next. Once they're 26, they're cut off. Okay, I always get a question, well, what if I get in before I'm 26? Can I keep using it? No. Once you turn 26, you're cut off. The child must be a Texas resident, as determined by the institution, and they must be meeting the institutional SAP, the Satisfactory Academic Progress. So whatever the SAP is what the student must meet. So if the SAP policy at a community college says that you can only go to school here this many hours, and after you take this many hours, you're not meeting our SAP policy, after you hit those hours at a community college, you may lose Hazelwood. I just want to let you know, I haven't seen that often, but what I'm trying to say here is whatever the institution's SAP policy is, whatever they write, and it can vary from institution to institution, the legacy recipient, the child, must be meeting that institutional SAP. Okay? Now, for legacy applicants applying for the exemption, they need to fill out both applications. The veteran needs to fill out the HEV, and they have to sign and date it. I get questions all the time from children. Can I do this without my mom's help or without my dad's help? No way. They have to sign that. They have to hand over their hours. If the relationship isn't good between you and the veteran, you have to work that out, because those are the veteran's hours to hand over. Okay? So they would need to do both applications and submit them to your university or your college. The veteran may reassign the hours to a child at any time, and they may revoke the hours. Again, that's in policy, and they can transfer those hours from one child to the next. Any questions on legacy?
Because they may have started. I have a question about the SAP policy. We cut off at 90 hours, but we do allow the student to appeal. Maybe they started something when they first started and they decided that's not what they want, so they've changed to another major. If we approve the appeal, they can continue getting that up to the 150 hours, right?
That is your call.
Okay.
It's SAP as determined by the institution. So if you say that they're meeting it and you want to continue allowing it, you can give it to them. If you say they're not meeting your SAP, this is our policy, you can stop it. That's an institutional decision. I'll come right over to you next. Go ahead.
In regards to your bullet point 2, the second option there, the first day of the semester.
Yes.
That is of the actual semester, not the first day of the student's class.
It's the first day of the semester as determined by a lot of stuff is determined by the institution. So the first day of class as determined by the institution. And, classes may start on different dates, obviously, depending on which classes you're taking. So whatever you determine is the first day of class for that semester, that's the date you would determine if the child's 25 or younger or if they're 26 or older. Right over here.
Other than the birth certificate, what are the acceptable documents to show the dependency of the student and the veteran?
Okay. Birth certificate would show a biological child. For a stepchild, they may be claimed on the veteran's income tax return. They may not. If they're not, then you could do a birth certificate with the mother or the father's name on it, and then a marriage certificate between that parent and the veteran. They would have to submit both of those, but that would show that the veteran is married to this person and the child of this person is on the birth certificate, so that's the relationship to the stepchild. Now, there could be adoption papers. If they can bring you papers showing that they legally adopted them in Texas, a lot of grandparents raise their grandkids now. A lot of them legally adopt them or claim them on their income tax return. So you may have a grandparent transferring benefits down to a grandchild because they are claiming them on their taxes or they've legally adopted them. So adoption paperwork, birth certificates, marriage certificates, income tax returns, really, you can't nail it down. I mean, you can only go so far. But if you feel confident that they are related to the veteran, either as a biological child, stepchild, adopted child, or claimed on taxes, then you can document it and move forward. That's your call. I don't know. I would say that...
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, I'm sorry. The question is, what if they bring in insurance documentation? That would be an institutional decision. I would lean toward them going and getting a copy of their birth certificate. Birth certificates can be updated if you go to the courthouse and all parties are in agreement. You can amend a birth certificate. Trying to think what else. That would be your call, though. If you wanted to accept it and you felt confident, I don't know. I would think I would have them find the courthouse that the birth certificate's filed in, get a hold of parents, see if they're all in agreement, and get you something that's a little more solid.
Justin, I have 3 questions
Sure.
online. First one is, in what form can you accept for the veteran to revoke the hours from a child? Does it have to be in writing?
The question is if there was a form for the veteran to come in and actively revoke their hours from one child and take them back and give them to another child. We don't have a form made, but what I tell veterans when they contact me, or if I have a school contact me, I say get something in writing and have it signed and dated, and notify. If you're the person contacting the school, get a receipt that they received the notification. And if you're a school, if someone's sending it to you, have them sign and date it. Say, I see you want to revoke this. You just sent me an email. The email would be sufficient. But, maybe have them write something out. But make sure that the school where the child is using it is an understanding from the veteran wanting to revoke the hours. And make sure that the veteran, if you talk to them, understands that they need to let the school know and that everyone is aware. We probably should make a form for that. Right now it's just a policy. Even as a policy we should have a form, but right now we don't. So make sure you get something in writing from the veteran wanting to revoke the hours. Okay? And if you have a veteran talking to you, tell them to get a response back from the school. That's what I always tell them. Inform the school in writing, through email, but make sure you get a reply. Make sure they got the notification. Schools are busy. So if you would like to make a form, you could, to use for the meantime. If there is a formal form made, it would be announced again over the listserv, over my Hazelwood distribution listing. We would make sure that all schools are notified.
There's 3 more questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go on,
Okay.
Lynn.
If a vet has 2 dependents attending separate schools and both dependents are awarded the Hazelwood during the same time, how would this be handled once this has been identified?
Oh, man. All right. Under the new report, we're going to be able to identify legacy recipients. And I knew this would come up. So the question is, what happens when 2 schools report 2 different students tied to the same veteran that are reported as legacy? And I have to be honest with you right now, I don't know. Under rule, it's not allowed, but I don't know. I brought that up. We're going to have to figure that out. With the new report, being able to track it, that rule may be changed. 2 legacy children may be able to use it since we can track it now. But I have to be honest with you, I'm glad we got the report. We need this information. Now we have to figure out what we're going to do with it. So when that happens, I don't have an answer for you right now. But Lynn can. I'm kidding. Go ahead, Lynn. What's the next question?
They just keep coming in, so we have 3 more now. If the student is cut off at age 26 and they started in the system prior to fall 2011, they are grandfathered in, correct?
Okay, the question is if they come into the system before fall 2011, are they grandfathered and can use the hours past the age of 26? For legacy, no. For legacy, since legacy was passed in fall 2009, the age cutoff has always been 26. Once they turn 26, they cannot get it. Now, that fall 2011 date that we're talking about grandfathering applies to children and spouses applying for their own benefit from a disabled, deceased, or missing in action veteran. Those individuals who got their own hours, not a transfer through legacy, before fall 2011 would not have an age cutoff. From fall 2011 to now, children who get their own hours would have an age cutoff. Legacy students always have an age cutoff of 26. That's the most important thing to figure out in Hazelwood. There's two ways that children can get hours. They can either get their own hours from a disabled, deceased, or missing in action veteran, or they can get the hours transferred to them through legacy from a veteran who's not disabled. If it's a transfer, there's always an age cutoff of 26. If it's they got their own hours, then you need to look at, are they just now applying, or did they get their own hours prior to fall 2011, as far as the age cutoff goes. Next question.
We require the legacy student to bring in proof that they are the veteran's child, and they say by birth certificate, and then prove that they are a dependent by bringing in the tax return. Do we have to make them bring in both?
No. The requirement to qualify is that the veteran be a biological child, stepchild, adopted child, or claimed on the income tax return. So a lot of children, once they turn 18, 20, 22, 23, they start claiming themselves. Parents quit claiming them. They can use this up to the age of 25. Once they turn 26, they can't. So if they're not claimed as a dependent, if they're not even a dependent at all of the veteran, but they are the biological child or the stepchild, they can still get it. The eligibility isn't based on dependency, it's based on the relationship to the veteran. So if they are claimed on taxes, that could be one way, easy way to show proof. But if they're not claimed on taxes, they could still qualify through the birth certificate, adoption papers, marriage certificate, so on.
And the last one, for right now anyway, if a child applying for legacy is under the age of 26 but is married, are they eligible?
Absolutely. They could be married and have 3 kids. If they're still under the age of 26 and they're the biological child of the veteran, they can get the Hazelwood exemption through legacy. Dependency does not impact Hazelwood eligibility. It's the relationship to the veteran. All right, let's keep moving forward. The loan default verification process. There is a rule, and it's in law, that anyone applying for the Hazelwood exemption cannot be in default on a loan made or guaranteed by the state of Texas. The state student loan programs under the Hinson Hazelwood College student loan programs that would impact Hazelwood eligibility from our agency would be the College Access Loan, the Texas Beyond Time loan that was discussed earlier, the Stafford loans, subsidized and unsubsidized, made through our agency, and the health education loan. To prove this loan default verification and that they're not in default on a loan through our agency, there's 2 options. The first option is if the person coming in, and you need to verify this for legacy, you need to verify the default for the veteran and the child, okay? So anyone involved in the application process, the veteran or the child, or if the spouse is going for their own hours, you need to check them, needs to be checked for defaulted loans. But if any of those individuals say that they do have a loan with our agency, they can go to hhloans.com, successfully log in, and print their current student loan report. And then they can bring you that student loan report, and it'll be dated, and you can save that in the file. Now, if the person does not have a loan with our agency, and there's going to be a lot of people that don't, then they can't go to HH Loans. That's not an option. What you need to do then is submit a secure email to us, and it's a simple format through Excel, but it has to come in through a secure email because you're submitting socials. And we're asking for social, last name, first name, middle initial, and date of birth for each person. That's it. Submit it in the correct format to me. I'll run the check, and I'll have a response back to you within 24 hours max. Now, if you're not set up to submit the secure email, send me an email at hazelwood@thecb.state.tx.us, and I'll need to go in and get you set up. I'll send you a secure email that'll get you set up with this username and password. Then you can log in, and you'll have a sample spreadsheet that you can just fill in the information and then send me your list, and then I'll work the list. I have it back up, and we'll get a response back to you within 24 hours. Lynn, you have a question?
It says, just to be clear, this list does not include TGSLC, correct?
You're talking about the default loans?
Yes.
Then, yes, it would not include loans from TG. It's only loans made or guaranteed through the state of Texas, i.e. through our agency. So the only way that can be checked is either through a secure email to me or the student logging in through HH Loans and actually printing their loan status report and bringing it to the school. Just going to a lot of schools do this incorrect, and it sort of bothers me, so I want to bring it up. If they go to HH Loans and try to log in, and they can't log in because they don't have a loan, and they just get a generic message that says no match found, that shouldn't be used. I mean, the school should then, if they can't log in and they say I don't have a loan, then simply get set up, put their information on a spreadsheet, shoot it to me. I know y'all are busy. You can submit a list to me once a day. You can submit a list once a week. You can submit a list every semester. It's up to you. But if you submit those lists and they're in the correct format, which is very easy to do, I'll have a turnaround for you within 24 hours of those students' status within our agency for their loans. Okay? Do you have another question, Len?
Question.
All right, we have a question over here.
When we're trying to submit, even with this new Hazelwood database report, it asked for the parent's date of birth, and you mentioned the date of birth on there for the Hazelwood loans. We really need to get the date of birth on that HED form for the parent.
Well, I believe it's on the HED. So you're talking about a child or a spouse applying for their own hours. How would you verify the date of birth for the veteran?
Right.
You should have it on the DD-214. If they died in action, it'll be on the DD-1300.
One that's transferring in or coming in that's already used it, and then all they're filling out is the HED.
If they're transferring in a legacy at your school and it's the first time they're coming in, I would recommend getting both applications. If they're brand new at your school with legacy, I would recommend doing a full check. Now, if you just want to see that they used it at a prior semester and just go from there and not get all the documentation, you can do that. But for the report, we need the veteran's date of birth. So you can get that from the app by doing that. You can ask them to bring another copy of the DD-214. A lot of schools, when students transfer in through Legacy, they review them all over again because to confirm their eligibility, because the first school may have awarded incorrectly. I see a lot of schools doing that, and then a student goes to school B and they're denied. And they're like, well, I got it at school A over here. And school B says, well, show me how you qualify. And they can't show them how they qualify. So, what did school A use to use it? I'm just saying for that, you may want for legacy students when they transfer over to get both. For the report, we do need the veteran's date of birth. For the default loan check, to check the veteran, we would need the date of birth. If you don't have the date of birth, I would still submit their information and leave that field blank for the default loan check. I'll still run it through. We'll see if the social's in the system. The last name, first name, middle initial hopefully will match. We can still get a partial match, at least based off the social and the name. But you need to check them even if you don't have the date of birth.
Well, on some of the old DD-214s, especially where it was maybe carbon paper, some of those are very hard to read.
Well, for the new report, there's going to have to be, I'll double check it in here. I'm almost positive there's a field for the veteran's date of birth. And we may have taken it out. If it is in there, I'm pretty sure it is. You're not going to be able to leave that field blank. You're just not going to be able to report that student record without the veteran's date of birth. So moving forward, and hopefully for the prior semesters that we need to report, which we'll get into in just a moment, you'll have somewhere where you can dig up the veteran's date of birth. But moving forward, make sure you capture the veteran's date of birth upon certifying the award, because you're going to need it for the year-end report. We have another question?
Yes, in reference to the report, I don't know if I'm getting ahead here, but in reference to the report, our school has submitted some files to you already, and now we're looking into the data entry portion of the process. So it's more of a request. We've noticed that on the HEV form, question number 20, which states, is a child one of the following, and it lists, can we break that down so that in our data entry we don't have to go all over the place to look for this answer? We're trying to stick to one form that we can look at, because we're talking about thousands of students that we're
I completely hear you. The question is on the HED on question 20, can we have on there that question, the relationship to the veteran? We've already updated the applications for that question, and they've been posted online to collegeforalltexans.com. And what we've done specifically for that relationship to the veteran is on the HED, we have it where it's on the school checkbox, you can designate which one it is. But also on the HEV for legacy students, when they're transferring the benefits, it's in Part B, I believe, where they say who they want to transfer the benefit to. We've added on there where the veteran has to check and designate how that child is related to them. So from now on, moving forward, and we updated those applications, to be honest with you, it was about a couple weeks ago, but any new applications that are downloaded, and we've shared this with TVC, so any applications they have on their website, now on the HED and on the HEV have where they will designate, on the HEV, the veteran will designate how the child is related to him through legacy. On the HED, in the school checkoff, you can check off when you get the application how they're related to him.
Will that also include the date of birth?
The date of birth? I'll have to double check. I thought it was on the HEV already. It may not be. We could get that on there. Again, until it's on there, I would say you would need to pull it from the DD-214, the DD-1300, whatever documentation you have from the veteran.
Thank you.
Sure. All right, moving forward. So those are the two ways: either the secure email or them printing out a student loan database, student loan report for them from hhloans.com. All right, so getting into the new Hazelwood report, getting past the default loan verification process, I want to state that the way this new report will be uploaded is exactly the same way as Top 10% Scholarship is already being sent in, the same way as Texas Grant is being sent in. It's coming in through our SFTP server, through our SFTP system. So you're going to have to set it up that way. If you're not set up, you'll have to contact Torsia Button here to get set up, or if someone else, say in the registrar's office or admissions department, makes the report, they could give it to the person who submits their Texas Grant or Top 10 report and have them submit it. Now, if it's a totally different office and you don't want to go through your financial aid office to upload your Hazelwood report, that person in the other office is going to need to contact our agency so they can get set up to submit through the SFTP. The new report is actually, it's very good. It's going to enable accurate tracking and monitoring of Hazelwood hours, just like it was brought up. We're going to be able to identify legacy students now tracked to the veteran. Before this new report, we got hours through the CBM 001 report. And the CBM 001 report basically told us this person with this social used this many hours. We didn't know if they were the veteran or if they were a spouse or a child, if it was legacy. The new report here, with the way this program is growing, had to be done, and it needed to be done yesterday. So it's going to be really good because it's going to allow us to track who's using it, where it's being used, how they're related to the veteran, and so on. It'll allow schools to report students directly to the database. Under the CBM 001 report, if you got your report certified but other schools hadn't, the information couldn't get into the database until all the schools submitted their report. Now, when you submit your report, upon certification, you can immediately go and check those student records online in the database and verify that the hours were updated. It also enables schools to report retroactive awards and make revisions. So if there's hours and you go in and you look online reported for a student in the past that are incorrect, by resubmitting the correct hours for that prior semester, when that record certifies, the hours reported will take the place of what is already in there. Now, I want to point out, if you find a semester that has hours that needs to be zeroed out, it was either reported incorrectly, you're not going to be able to reduce the hours down to 0 by submitting hours. You can only reduce it from 1 up to whatever. If you need to delete it out, you need to contact me, and I'll have to go in and then zero out that semester. So you can do everything from 1 up, but you can't zero out hours for a semester. Now, the due dates for the new report, the first one is going to be November 15th, 2012. I want to point out that the last semester that we pulled data from the CBM 001 report was spring 2011. So we currently need data for all of your students from summer 11 to now. So we need summer 11, fall 11, spring 12, summer 12, and once you have it ready, we need fall 12. The due dates for the 2 report will just be twice a year. Remember, you can submit the report as much as you want. If you just submitted a report for fall and you left off 3 students, you can submit another report right after that for those 3 students. We just mandate that your school submit at least 2 reports a year. 1 in November and 1 in April, and you can include summer on your November report, or you can report them right after summer. It's however you would like to do it. We just have those 2 mandatory dates. Any questions on the semesters that are due or anything that I just talked about on that? One important notice I want to point out is continue to report the CBM 001 as you have in the past. However you designated Hazelwood students in the past, keep reporting the Hazelwood, the CBM 001 exactly as you have. Don't change anything. We're not going to pull hours from the CBM 001. We're going to pull it from the new report, but the CBM 001 report's not changing at all. So keep reporting that one the same way as you have in the past. All right, let's start off with the header record. The header record will always start off the same. It'll start off with the record code of @H, and then you'll put in HAZL. Then you'll put in your school's 6-digit FICE code. There's an example at the top here as well. Then you'll put the submission date, which is the date that you're submitting your file. You'll put the reporting year. And right now the reporting year is 2012. So make sure you put 2012, and when we're in 2013, you put 2013, because if you put 2011 or 2010 because you think you're reporting students for a prior semester, that's not where you're going to report it. On the actual data records in fields 8 and 9 is where you're going to identify the semester and the year that you're reporting the hours. So in your header record, you always put it in the current year that you're in. So right now you would put 2012. Okay? The filler is a field that just must be blank. It's going to be 1 space. And then after that, you're going to put the description, which is always going to be Hazelwood report with a space between Hazelwood and report. So it'll look like the, I'm sorry, we got this on automatic. So it'll look like the example above, and then there will be the student records, and then we'll have the trailer at the bottom. Just one thing I want to point out is that, oh my God. All right, is that you always want to put the 2012 twice. You're going to put it after the submission date, and then you're going to put it again right after. So for now, it would be the date ending in 2012, and then right after that, you can put 2012 again. I just wanted to point that out because that's a common mistake made by schools when they're submitting their reports, is they only put the year once, which is in their submission date, but you have to put the year twice. Okay? We have a question?
Yeah, Justin, excuse me. If
I'm
you would
sorry.
wait just a moment, we will fix that so it won't automatically proceed.
Okay.
Technical difficulties, one moment.
Well, let's go ahead and ask a question. What question did you have? I'll repeat it. I'm sorry.
Fall 2012. My question is, fall 2012 at our school is year 2013.
Mm-hmm.
So fall that particular semester, but would be submitted as a separate report with 2013, although the date would be October 10th, 2012.
I believe. So I believe right now it's picking up the current year. So for the reports that have certified, they put in 2012. I understand right now we're in fiscal year FY13, but the reports that are picking up and certifying right now is for the current year we're in, like our actual calendar year. So you would put 2012. And I just know that because I had a school submit a report yesterday, and they put 2011. And when we put 2012, it went through. So the current programming right now is for the year that you're in, not necessarily the fiscal year. If that changes, I'll let everyone know, but right now in the programming, for that year after your submission date, put the current year you're in. So for right now, for this November 15th report, put that as 2012 for all of your reports. And then next year, when you do your April 30th one, put 2013. And again, if that changes, anything that changes, I'll make sure everyone knows. It's a new report. It's going to have some kinks, but I'm glad we have this new report. It needed to happen, and it needed to happen yesterday. So at least we're getting it worked out. All right, we're back up. Are there any questions on the header record? This is just the header record that goes above the student records in the data elements, okay? And it should be pretty straightforward. Your submission date's when you're sending it, and the year after that is the current year that we're in. All right, let's go into the trailer record. The trailer record is pretty straightforward. It's going to start just like the header record with the record code, which will always be @T. The trailer ID will be EOF. And then your total record count will be at the end. Now, one thing I want to point out is in each data record, you're submitting the recipient's information and the veteran's information. But that'll all be on one data record. Okay, so the data record for that would be 1. So if you have 30 students that you're reporting, which could potentially be 30 recipients and then another 30 veterans, for your record count, you would just put 30. I hope you pick up on that, but don't put 60. You wouldn't double report it for the recipient and then the number of veterans. It's just how many data records are in between the header and the trailer record, okay? All right, so this will be the data structure for each student record. And let's go over that. The first thing that I want to point out is, as you can see, data elements 2 through 7 pertain to the recipient who's applying to use the exemption. Then down at the bottom, data elements 18 through 23 apply to the actual veteran who qualified for the Hazelwood exemption. Now, sometimes these two pieces of information will be the same when it's a veteran using their own hours. But if it's anyone besides a veteran using it, whether it's through Legacy or traditional Hazelwood, you would have the veteran's information at the bottom and then the separate recipient's information at the top. You are correct. We're asking for the service member's date of birth, and so that has to be inputted on there. So you'll have to put, we'll get that added to the HEV as requested. We'll note that. But until then, you'll need to pull it from the DD-214 or the, I'm not sure if it's on an income tax return. It would be on the DD-214, the DD-1300 if they died on active duty, but you're going to need the date of birth for the veteran. And we will get that added to the HEV. And also up in fields 8 and 9, that's where I was talking about where you'll say the fiscal year and the semester that you're reporting the student hours for. So keep in mind that the fiscal year always starts in fall. So on this part, you're right, we are in FY13. So if it was fall 2012, spring 13, or summer 13, you would put in number 9, you would put 2013, and then in 8, you would designate the semester you were being reported. Okay? So always keep in mind that the state's fiscal year starts in fall and ends in summer. All right? Let's see what else. Data elements 10 through 13 will identify the number of Hazelwood hours used and the value of the Hazelwood exemption. That's one thing we want to collect is the value, the dollar amount of the tuition and fees being exempted. So through this report now, when we get all the student records, we'll have an accurate shot of what it's costing the institution in regards to tuition and fees. Question number 14 refers to the recipient's relationship to the service member. That would be on the HEV. That's where I talked about on there, they'll have a box where the veteran will state this is a biological child, a stepchild, adopted child, or claimed on taxes. That way for the report, you don't have to go pulling your files. You'll be able to look at the app, just like we want to get the date of birth on the HEV. Also on number 17, it says, is the child or spouse a current Texas resident, and is the veteran currently residing in Texas? It's a two-part question, but essentially the answer to either one of those always has to be yes. And the child or spouse using the exemption always has to be a Texas resident, and the veteran would have to be residing in Texas unless they're missing in action or deceased. So even a 100% disabled veteran under the current rules would have to be residing in Texas for a child to use it through legacy. Let's see, keep moving forward. I want to talk about a few common questions that have come up with the report. Data elements 10 and 11 is one question that have come up since we've released it and schools have started working on it. It pertains to awards that are prorated when stacked with federal benefits. So if a veteran is receiving Chapter 33 post 9/11 and you're receiving a stipend to cover tuition and fees, and then you're applying Hazelwood for the remaining tuition and fees, you're going to have to prorate the hours being reported. Now, example of that proration is going to be based on how much is paid by the federal benefits and then the remaining amount being covered in tuition and fees by Hazelwood. So in the example on here, if the student takes 12 hours and total tuition and fees is $1,000 for that 12 hours, if the amount being exempted by Hazelwood is $400, so the remaining amount is being covered by federal, you would take the formula of 400, which is the amount being covered by Hazelwood, divide that by the total amount of tuition and fees, which is 1,000, and then multiply it times the number of hours they're taking that semester is 12, and it gives you 4.8 hours. You always round up for Hazelwood, so for this student, they would have been taking 5 hours would be covered by Hazelwood, and the other 7 would be covered by federal VA benefits. Does that make sense? It's just dividing up the percentage, the amount being covered, paid by federal, and amount being covered by Hazelwood, and then determining based off of that what it comes out to in the form of hours. We have a question, Lynn?
In fields 10 and 11, if the vet used 20% of Hazelwood and 80% VA Chapter 33, is the formula waiver divided by tuition times hours equals Hazelwood hours used? So if the vet used 10 hours, we would report 2 Hazelwood hours and 8 Fed hours?
You would need to use the formula. You would need to determine the 80% dollar amount paid by feds, and then determine the dollar amount after that 80% paid by the feds that's covered by Hazelwood, and then apply the amount that's not covered by the feds divided by the total amount of tuition and fees, and then multiply times the hours. So I'm not sure. I would have to do the calculation, and I would need to know the dollar amount paid by the Fed benefits, not necessarily an 80-20 split. Look at that, the amount coming in from that 80 compared to the total amount of tuition and fees, and then that's how you would determine the hours covered by Hazelwood.
And we have another question.
Sure.
If a veteran has received the exemption before fall 2011 but doesn't reside in Texas, are they grandfathered? And if so, how would these be reported on the report?
You are correct. If the veteran used the exemption before fall 2011, they are grandfathered and they do not have to reside in Texas. Now, for that question on the report where it says, is the child or spouse a Texas resident, is the veteran residing in Texas, you would still state yes, because they're exempt from that requirement to reside in Texas because they're grandfathered under the old rules. If you answer no to that question, it's going to error out and that student will not certify. You would answer yes because on your end you have documentation and you can pull it up online that the veteran began using this before fall 2011, so they are exempt from having to reside in Texas. So for that case, answer yes, because the veteran is exempt from having to reside in Texas since they are grandfathered under the old rules prior to fall 2011. Good question.
Justin?
Yes.
It might make sense in the instructions on the report to add that information so that when that comes up, they will know that that is how they need to. And you may have it in your instructions already, but if not, you might want to add that.
I'll double check, but we need to make sure that veterans who did receive the exemption prior to fall 2011, they aren't bound by that requirement to reside in Texas. So you would still answer yes on that, and I'll make sure that the instructions state that, because that is true. I want to point out real quickly the 2 federal benefits that pay directly toward tuition and fees, so they pay a stipend to the school, would be Chapter 33 Post 9/11 GI Bill benefits or Chapter 31 vocational rehab benefits. It's my understanding that all of the other benefits pay directly to the veteran or the recipient, so they don't impact Hazelwood eligibility. But if the recipient is receiving 33 or 31, you would bill the VA for those benefits and then determine how many Hazelwood hours are used to cover the difference. Okay? And if it's totally covered by federal benefits, then obviously Hazelwood wouldn't be applied and you wouldn't report the student. Any questions on that? All right. Data element 15. Data element 15 refers to the recipient's dependency status. As we talked about earlier, dependency doesn't determine eligibility. So if they're not claimed as, if they're not a dependent, but they are the biological child, answer this question correctly. If they're not a dependent, put no. If they are a dependent of the veteran, put yes. Those are the two options, and either one you put will not cause your data record error out. This is for statistical information. We want to know if the recipients receiving it are actually dependents of the veteran. Keep in mind, answering no does not mean that the child doesn't qualify. We just need a yes or a no sent in for this question. I just wanted to point out that there won't be an error. It won't be sent back if you answer no as not being a dependent. Yes?
Okay, we have another question. For clarity, the veteran must now reside in Texas for use of Hazelwood benefits. Does the veteran also need to reside in Texas when the dependents use Hazelwood?
Yes, the veteran should be residing in Texas during the semester that the Hazelwood exemption would be used. The question is the veteran has to reside in Texas, but do they have to reside in Texas during that semester, correct?
Does the veteran also need to reside in Texas when the dependents use Hazelwood?
The answer is yes. The veteran needs to reside in Texas during the semester that the recipient would be using Hazelwood.
Just got another question?
Sure.
So a veteran can use Chapter 33 and 31 along with Hazelwood?
The two can be used together if the 33 or the 31 benefit does not cover the full cost of tuition and fees. If there are tuition and fees for a class that is formula funded that the federal benefits do not pay for, then Hazelwood can be used. For example, if you have a veteran who's eligible for Hazelwood, but they take a class outside of their degree program, and the post 9/11 benefits won't pay for that class because it's not within their degree program. If that class is formula funded through the state of Texas, you would still honor Hazelwood for that class even if the veteran is 100% eligible for post 9/11 benefits, because that class will not be covered by the VA benefits and it is a formula funded class. Now, if it's not a formula funded class, if it's a continuing ed class that you don't receive formula funding for, Hazelwood wouldn't have to be applied and there would be no stacking. Okay? Are there any other questions? All right, so that's data element 15. Just report whatever the dependency is to the veteran. If they're not a dependent, put no. Put an N. If they are a dependent, put a Y for yes. All right, data element 24. Data element 24 asks, is the service member initial time of entry, did they meet the initial time of entry requirements? That means, did the veteran enter in Texas, or was Texas their home of record at time of entry, or were they a Texas resident? That always has to be yes, but we're just putting that on there to reiterate and check that you did check that the veteran actually was from Texas when they entered the service. Thank you. So, yes, they do have to meet the initial time of entry. They either have to enter in Texas, designate Texas as their home of entry, as their home of record at time of entry, or be a Texas resident for number 24.
So to clarify that, if you had a Texas veteran that entered in Texas but has now retired, lives in Kansas, and the student's going to Texas school, they would not qualify?
The question is, if the veteran entered in Texas, and now they're giving it to a child who's going to be going in Texas, but now that veteran lives in Kansas, can that child use legacy? The answer would be no, unless that veteran is in Kansas on active duty military orders or with a spouse who's stationed in Kansas on active military orders. If they're living in Kansas for any other reason besides active military orders, that child could not use it unless the veteran can prove to you that they're going to move back and reside in Texas during the semester the child will be using it. We have a question online.
If the recipient or veteran has no middle initial, can we leave that field blank or will it error out?
It will error out. Let me pull that up real quick. Yeah, it'll be error if it's numeric. You know what? On the instructions, it doesn't have that it will error out if it's left blank. I'll need to look into that. Since it's not listed on here, it may be able to be left blank, but I need to look into that and clarify if the middle initial can be left blank. In the actual instructions that we sent out, it doesn't say that it's an error if it's left blank, so that leads me to believe that they could leave it blank. But I'll look into that.
And another question, if a child is biological and we have birth certificate, how will we know if they were claimed on taxes or not?
Okay, the question is, if you have a child who's biological and you have the birth certificate, how would you know if they're claimed on their taxes or not? The question is, they don't have to be claimed on their taxes. If you have the birth certificate tied between a child and a veteran showing proof that they're a biological child, they don't have to be a dependent. Again, eligibility is not based off of dependency, it's based off the relationship to the veteran. What is that? Yes, but it won't keep them from certifying. They don't have to be a dependent, but for statistical purposes, we would like to know if they are a dependent of the veteran. So put yes or no, answer that to the best of your ability. It will not keep the report from going through. That is specifically for statistical information. All right. Any other questions on number 24? The error report. Anytime that there is an error in the actual student records, you'll get an error report. Now, I want to point out, if there is a problem with the header or the trailer in your file, the report itself will never get checked for errors. You'll get a message back saying that your report was not run, there's a problem with your header or trailer. So the header and trailer must be exact before the guts, before the student records in your report get run through their edit checks. But if there is errors, assuming your header and your trailer are correct, then the coordinating board will send you an email to your institution's generic email address notifying you that an error report is ready to be retrieved from the Texas Grant Outputs directory. Errors will be listed at the bottom of each data record in the error report, and a warning will be listed if the recipient's social does not match the CBM 001 report. Keep in mind, this is only a warning. So if you submit your report before the CBM 001, or if you've already submitted your CBM 001 and there's just not a match, and there's logical reasons why there wouldn't be a match, you are just getting a warning stating that the social didn't match. That student record's still certified as long as there's no errors. So warnings are just warnings. Errors means that the student record did not certify. So you may get an error report that has warnings and errors. Just fix the errors and let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you.
All right, an accepted file.
Oh, I've got a question.
I'm sure. Sorry.
Right here. Is there any way that we can receive the error report in like Excel format so we can manipulate it and sort it by errors?
No.
Sometimes, we receive multiple.
Well, the error
pages.
report, the question is, can the error report be submitted in an Excel format instead of a PDF?
Received.
No? Can it be
In other words, your response to us.
Can it be sent in an Excel so you can manipulate it? It's set up to go through PDF. I will say that your error report will only list errors, and it won't list the files that certified. The files that are fine that's certified will go through, and the error report should only show the errors, and they'll be listed in the order. That'll tell you what data record they are. It'll say data record 24 had this error. And then it'll go on to say data record 48 had this error. But it will be in PDF, and it should only list the records that have errors. You're shaking your head no.
Oh, no, yes. But so there's no way that we can get it in Excel?
Not right now. As of right now, it's just going to come to you in a PDF doc, and it'll tell you which record has an error and what the error is. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
All right, so the accepted file, when you get it, will come back and it'll look like this. And it'll just have the header and the trailer information. But what it'll show if you point out the error, it won't have any errors in between. It'll just point out your header and your record. And it'll have the record count at the bottom right. That record count, say for this school, which by the way is UTSA. Do we have UTSA in the audience? first school to certify. Thank you very much. They certified, and this is what their accepted file looks like. And for this accepted file, they certified 340 students. Okay? So when you get a file back like this, and it has no errors, and it just shows the header and the trailer, and it has a record count at the end, that means your entire record's certified, and that's how many records are certified in your report. We have a question online.
The question is, are there any other schools that you know of that use Banner? So there may be other schools, UTSA, I believe, uses Banner. If so, do you know how or where they store the service members' information in their system? All we have to work with are the hard copies.
I do know Banner programming has been put in place for most of the Banner schools that work with Texas Connection. I would say as far as the screenshots and how Banner captures that, I would contact someone over at Texas Connection. For the life of me, I can't think of the name off the top of my head right now.
Cindy Franklin.
Cindy Franklin, there you go. You can contact Cindy Franklin. I'm putting her name out there. She works with Texas Connection, and she can help out the Banner schools. You may want to contact another Banner school that's working on the report and talk with your other schools and see how they're doing it, especially other schools that use the same software program as you. Just start working on it. I hope you've already started working on it by now. It's due November 15th. Let me help you out any way you can. Email me, call me, any questions you have. The contact information will be at the end of the presentation. But we just need to keep moving forward. Let's keep the wheels turning, and let's get the reports in. Question?
The report asks for the recipient and then later the service member. Is that redundant information that needs to be entered twice?
If it's the veteran using their own hours, you're going to have to enter them twice. Every field on there has to be entered. If there's any fields left blank, besides the middle initial, which we're looking into, then the report will not certify. Okay? All right. That's really all that I have, believe it or not. I think I used up the time. I want to thank you all for coming. Make sure that you sign up for our listserv. You can always reach Hazelwood at hazelwood@thecb.state.tx.us. Our toll-free number is 800-242-3062. And I look forward to assisting you with Hazelwood any way that I can. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
I am not going to let Justin quit before I retire. And if you decide you're going to quit, let me know. That'll advance my retirement date. That's not terribly bad, but I don't want you to go. Good job, Justin. We have some sets of the materials for today. If any of you came without them, if you need a set, it's on that first chair right there in front of Raphael. Raphael, raise your hand if you will. So feel free to help yourself to a set of the materials. We now have a break. Our next session will be loan operations at 10:45. Again, the restrooms are in this main hallway about midway down. You're welcome to refreshments here, and thank you very much. We'll see you at 10:45. We're about ready to get started again. I understand that there were 2 questions that came in.
We're having trouble hearing you. Can you
hear me okay?
Yeah.
The mic is on. All right. Is that better?
Much.
Okay. We had 2 questions come in from this morning's presentations. Lynn?
The first one is, which exemptions require a passing SAP status, or where can I find this information?
The question is, which exemption programs require an SAP performance measure? The ones I can think of are the educational aid exemption, if you're making those at this point in time, and then the peace officer and the firefighter exemptions. Those are the ones that I know about. If you go on the College for All Texans website, click on Get All the Facts, and then Paying for College, and then Types of Financial Aid, you'll get a set of options for exemptions, waivers, grants, et cetera, et cetera. And if you then click on the exemption option, You'll have a whole array of the programs and fact sheets that you can access for that information, and they typically link to the statute as well, so you can get that information as well. So our website is probably your best source of getting the information for individual programs. We'll get back in touch with this person since they sent in the question, and if we think of anyone else that has that.
Another one would be Legacy, of course. We just talked about that.
Legacy, that is correct.
And then we have one Hazelwood question.
Justin?
Does a Hazelwood recipient need to reside in Texas or only be a Texas resident in order to use Hazelwood?
Does a Hazelwood recipient have to be a Texas resident or just reside in Texas in order to use Hazelwood? If it is a child or a spouse, they must be a bona fide resident by the school. If it is the veteran, they must simply reside in Texas. So the veteran does not have to establish residency.
Okay, I have one or two other things to mention. When we have, our next presentation is from Loan Program Operations. At the end of that presentation, we will break for lunch. There are sheets on the table outside as you came in that show where some local restaurants are. I just wanted to let you know we will resume the program this afternoon at 1 o'clock, but consider yourselves adjourned for lunch as soon as the loan operation presentation is complete. And with that, I'll turn the podium over to Albert Contreras.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us this morning. My name is Albert Contreras, and I hope that over the last few years I've had the opportunity to hopefully speak with several of you, if not over the phone, then at least sharing some emails. Later on, you'll have my contact information. I'm one of the managers in the loan department, and specifically I supervise the loan origination area. The loan origination area here at the coordinating board, we're a small area. There's 4 of us, 4 loan processors that basically handle all of our loans. And those 4 people last year for the 11-12 academic year processed about $150 million worth of loans. That's processing about 40,000 pieces of documentation that come in from promissory notes, the dreaded self-certification forms for all the private loans, and any related documents. So we're a small, tight-knit group, and so that you all can get a face now to put with the names of the people that you probably speak with, I'd like to introduce them. Let's start with Amanda Rivera. Amanda joined us in 2008. Now she has 4 years of experience in loan origination and processing loans, but she comes to us from other state agencies, primarily in customer service related positions. So she has a good 20 years of customer service experience. Davin Burt joined us in 2006, so he has 6 years worth of summer loan processing madness under his belt. He brings to us a little bit of your experience from the administrative side, from his years out in crazy California, University of California, Berkeley. Yes. Herbert McCarsel joined us in 2004. So again, he's got 8 years of experience in loan processing, plus years of service with the state beyond that. Herbert will be the one to actually be doing the presentation, so I get to go and hide and let him take over. And Young Hee Lambert, last but not least, joined the coordinating board as a loan processor in 1994. She has endured. She's the rock. She's the historian. She knows all there is about programs that have long come and gone. So these are the people that you all probably, if you deal with the loan programs or contacting, we're more than glad to help you with any questions you might have. After this, I know it's going to be lunch, but if anyone cares to meet with us, we'll hang around in case you have any loan-related questions or processing questions. More than glad to help you with those after the session's over. If anybody needs a copy of the materials, I think we have some extras that we brought. If you do need a copy, just raise your hand and we'll make the rounds and catch you. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. McCarsel. Thank you.
We'll get those, all the copies sent out. So if you continue to have your hand raised up, we'll get those to you. always very excited to, present this information because it's a lot of good information, and we're happy to provide it to you to, always make your job a little more efficient as you learn new things that we're doing, upgrading. We're constantly in the process of upgrading in our procedures, so we're definitely looking forward to letting you know what's going on with that. Okay. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay. What we're going to talk about today is loan program highlights for the College Access Loan and the Beyond Time Loan. We're also going to talk about online status messages that the student actually sees. We're going to talk about your allocation reporting information and how to really play around with that, as well as show you some cool features regarding your way of doing cancellations and change requests on your own. Also, as we go along, you're more than welcome to ask any questions along the way. We're more than happy to clarify any information that you need. Okay. So the College Access Loan, this is a loan that's offered to students here in the state of Texas. They don't have to demonstrate financial need, but it's part of what they do to meet the expected family contribution. Along with that, you have to keep in mind as you're certifying these applications or as far as the qualifications, that the amount of the federal aid that the student receives is also deducted from the cost of attendance in determining the actual amount that the loan is going to be certified at. Okay. So a student must be a Texas resident in order to be eligible for this. They must be enrolled at least half-time. They also have to meet according to your standards, the academic progress, and receive, because this is a credit-based account or loan, it does have to be a credit-worthy cosigner, whether that be the student or obtaining a cosigner along the way. The cosigner requirements, if need be, that person must be 21 years of age, have a regular source of income. Sometimes the student gets a little tripped up on this. The borrower cannot have their spouse be the cosigner of that application. The cosigner, of course, must receive a favorable credit evaluation and be a U.S. resident or permanent, U.S. citizen or U.S. permanent resident. For the 2012-2013 year, the fixed rate is at a 5.25, so that's been the same for a couple of years now. For the repayment options, there is a 6 months grace period for the student as long as they're enrolled. If they discontinue being enrolled or graduate, it's a 6 months grace period after that before they have to get into a repayment situation. For loans that are over $30,000, the repayment is a 10-year term, and anything under a 30 is a 10-year, and anything over a 30 is going to be for a 20-year term. The Beyond Time Loan is, we have a question. There's one back here. We'll get right to you, ma'am, just a moment.
Is it on? Is the forgiveness on, say, the death of the student or the loan holder once they've graduated, does the cosigner have to take up payments on that?
I don't believe that they do take responsibility for that.
You're saying upon the death of the student?
Yeah, the student.
Yes.
Then that would be forgiven.
And, okay.
And the cosigner would have no liability.
So the only reason the cosigner would be responsible is if the borrower were just negligent.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Is interest capitalized at all at any time for this particular, for Cal?
No.
Never?
No.
Okay.
Great. Okay. So going on to the Beyond Time Loan, it is a loan that's provided to Texas students at a no interest to attend colleges here in the state of Texas. If the student meets specific goals, the loan will actually be forgiven. So we definitely want to clarify that information. In order for an applicant to be eligible, they do have to be a Texas resident or be entitled to pay resident tuition in the state of Texas. They must meet the following academic requirements: have graduated for the 2002-2003 academic year or later. Now, the reason we specify that year is because that was when the creation of the Beyond Time was done in 2002-2003. So obviously, anybody who graduated prior to that wouldn't be eligible prior to the loan actually being in existence. So, and they would have had to have received an associate's degree from an eligible institution no earlier than May of 2005. The applicant must also have not been granted a bachelor's degree and be enrolled full-time enrollment during the time of being eligible for the program, and they also have to have received or completed the FAFSA and be eligible to receive federal financial aid in order to be eligible for this. For the annual amounts for public institutions, it is $7,400 per year. For two-year public and junior colleges, it's $2,400 a year, and for public and public college, technical colleges, it's $4,400 a year. Of course, all are subjected to the 3% origination fee at the time of processing. Yes, ma'am.
Well, one of the things that we wanted to say to you all was thank you very much for sending out the emails to previous college access loan and Beyond Time recipients. It really helped our university get the students to call and ask about those loans. So that was a very, very good thing for you guys to do.
Well, you're welcome. I mean, we're, of course, very happy to offer information to the students. Obviously, that's what they go on to be reminded that they're still eligible for this. So we're definitely excited that it worked. You know, we're glad that it was productive. We definitely saw results here in our office. So we're going to continue to enhance that, you know, that communication. Okay, I thought you were going to say something.
You weren't real happy when your inbox filled up, though, were you?
I know some people were caught off guard a little bit, but you know, it was definitely good intentions. Yes, ma'am.
It says a FAFSA is required, so therefore a TASFA student would not be eligible for this?
Well, I mean, they have to be eligible to receive Texas grant. Is that what you're interpreting? Is that what you're meaning? So if they're eligible for Texas grant and aren't able to get it for whatever reason for funding, then they are eligible to receive Beyond Time. Does that answer?
I guess a 1403B student would be eligible or not for this program?
No, they would not. They can't complete a FAFSA. They don't have a Social Security number.
Okay.
At least that's our interpretation of the FAFSA process, is that you need a Social Security number for financial aid.
And I think they have to be eligible for federal aid, which is many, many things, not just Social Security number, but they have to be federal Title IV eligible, right?
Yeah, so it's kind of a little roadblock for them in that way. Yes, ma'am. Okay. All right. Just to finish up this, for the repayment of it, it is like the Cal, it's a 6 months grace period. As long as they're enrolled or graduated, they have that 6 months grace period. And for loans, it is a 15-year repayment if it does go into that. But of course, it is a loan that is at a 0% interest rate should it end up being that situation where it's not forgiven. So we're going to transition to something else now. How many of y'all have had students call you? I want to check the status of my application. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening with my loan. We get that a lot. Of course we do. They want to know what's happening. Well, we're going to let you in on a great secret. They actually have online status information that gives them pretty specific information about what is really going on with their application. So we're happy to let you in on this great secret. So we're going to talk about that now. It's going to be basically talking about the required documents that the student will see online for their information, as well as cosigner information and the actual processing status that they'll actually see. So this is pretty straightforward. What you see here is what you get as far as the information that ends up being transmitted online as far as a message to them. If they've as far as the student, if they've turned in the promissory note and the self-certification form, it'll actually say that, almost verbatim, promissory note and self-certification received, so they can know that they've actually submitted that information. If one or the other is here, but not, then it'll let them know as well, promissory note received, but we're still needing the self-certification, or vice versa in that information. And if nothing is received, just as well, no waiting on promissory note and self-certification form. These are the messages that you see here is actually what they can go online and actually view by logging on to their profile. As far as their credit's concerned, of course, the student has that option to either have their credit pulled or opt out. If they know or pretty aware of the fact that they don't even have credit, then they'll often opt out of the credit, and then in those instances, they will need to obtain a cosigner. So the message will say loan requires a cosigner. Okay, so if they're waiting for student or cosigner documents, I'm sorry, I think I went to. Did I go to the wrong screen here? Apologize. Okay, sorry about that. Okay. And if their credit is approved, the credit approved, cosigner optional, meaning of course they can go for having it processed at a 3% origination fee if they proceed to get a cosigner with that application. And if their credit comes up as a review, in those instances, it's something that there's some kind of alert, something that's going on with their credit that doesn't allow us to actually evaluate that credit. So the system would actually let them know, the messages would actually let them know to contact our office so we can clarify some information with them and be able to move on with the process. Cosigner's information, pretty much straightforward as well. If their credit is approved and their promissory note is received, it'll actually say that to give them the indication of that. If their credit's approved and the promissory note not received, it'll let them know that as well. If they've gone online and for some reason weren't able to electronically sign, then we would need that physical document, that wet signature document submitted to our office. But the evaluation may have already happened with the credit. If their credit was not approved, it'll actually let them know, as well as letting them know, the student know that a new cosigner is going to be required at that point in order to proceed. If credit was reviewed, same thing as the borrower. If they have some kind of alert, some kind of hold, something going on with their credit, we aren't able to pull that, then it'll indicate that and for them to give us some information. Yes, we have a question online, I believe.
The question is, just to clarify, a student who is entitled to pay in-state tuition but not a Texas resident may receive the Be On Time loan, or are we correct that only those that are children of a member of armed forces that qualify? That makes sense?
Yeah, they're talking about just being eligible to receive the college access loan.
Be on time, right. I'll read it again. Just to clarify, a student who is entitled to pay in-state tuition but not a Texas resident, meaning they got a waiver, may receive the Be On Time loan, or are we correct that only those that are children of a member of armed forces qualify?
No,
the waiver does not matter in terms of the loan program, so they would have to be the child of someone in the armed forces or meet the other residency requirements. In fact, I believe the administrative rules specifically say that someone who can receive in-state tuition is not, by that alone, considered a Texas resident for purposes of the student loans.
Okay. Okay. So I believe we were just about finished with this one. I think we were waiting for cosigner provided, but it has not applied. A lot of times that it means that the student goes online, they either opt out or have their credit not approved. So at that point, obviously, they would need to move forward with a cosigner. When they designate a cosigner online, all that means they give a name and an email address of the person they want to be designated as that cosigner. Then the system generates an email to that person. If that person hasn't actually gone online and actually completed that information, then that's something that would show up for that message. So that's what that basically means, that the cosigner is, that there's been one, we've gotten some information that a cosigner has been designated, but no further information has been provided up to this point. Okay. and co-signer not provided at all. So if the borrowers opt out or denied, and they didn't provide any information, they would also let them know no co-signer information on file at all. And obviously, we would need that in order to go forward. Processing status, pretty straightforward as well. The condition missing or conflicting information, that could mean so many different things. Duplicate references, missing Texas driver's license, something that's just missing, something simple sometimes, but it does let them know if we're missing something, that'll let them know that we're needing something. And again, contact us, let us know. Waiting for student or co-signer documents. If we've received something or not received it, if we received something that had an error, or if we haven't received it at all, it's going to let them know that the application is in process. And we've seen that. We're waiting for the final review of that. We're receiving that information and actually auditing that. The application has been pre-approved and waiting for school verification. So we've received all information up to this point, and it's just waiting for the school's certification of eligibility in order to go forward at that point. And then the school allocation have been exhausted. Funds currently not available. Contact your school. What happens in this situation if there's some kind of, if you find yourself that you've actually certified more loans than your allocation is actually showing, then it'll show that error as, too many loans out there without allocation monies. So obviously we need to rectify that either by doing some deletions or, we definitely have to look at it. But the student knows at that point that there's not something that's going to go forward because of that reason. So they do have to contact you to kind of let them see what their next steps or what their options are at that point. So when the student actually goes online, this is what they see. They come to this page and see the actual loan that's on file, and then they're able to click here for status. Gives them pretty much word for word what's going on with that particular application. This example showing that the required documents, the promissory note and the self-certification form has been received by the student, and that the loan requires a cosigner at this point, that it's waiting for a cosigner application and the promissory note, and also that the app is in process. So as you can see, it gives them pretty specific information about what's going on with their application. This is the beyond time of the task status message. Obviously, it's not a credit-based account, so it's only going to list whether or not we received the promissory note and self-certification, and that the app is actually in process at this point. And one thing I wanted to mention, and it's something that we always remind the students as well, I mean, I meant to mention this when I talked about the Beyond Time and the CAL, when they go online, if they're just learning or just about to do the process, we always want to try and remind them to use Internet Explorer when they're going out there. It's the one that works best, communicates best with our system. So when they use other systems, sometimes it causes errors, but when using Internet Explorer is the most efficient way for them to communicate the information that they're going to provide online. Okay. So we're going to switch gears now for something that administrators do for online allocation reporting. When you log on to as your user with your username and password, you get to this screen and you simply would click on the reports on this screen. School allocation reporting. And then come to this actual screen where you're actually, this is the screen before the actual reports come up, and I would just want to stop and just kind of talk about this one a little bit. Keep in mind that when you pull up this report, it defaults to the current year, so we're obviously in the 2012-2013 allocation year, so it'll default to that, to the 2012. On the top left, you'll see where you can actually do that. Now, we do that because if you want or need to go back for any reason, you're able to do that. Just simply hit the down arrow and go to the appropriate year that you need, and you're able to look back if you need to. Okay. As you see, the output options, there's 5 different options that are available. and obviously you can use either one you need. We do recommend the active reports, and the reason that we do that is because there are sorting and filtering options that are available on the reports, and so this gives you the best flexibility, and it communicates best with active reports. When you do pull up this information, it works best. So that's just what we recommend at this point. And of course, you would just hit the run request, and get to the actual report. It's a lot of information, it looks like, a lot of intimidating, but it is, sectioned out pretty well. Different categories of what you want to look at. At the bottom is a legend of showing you kind of a little interpretation of what those actually mean. The second column is the dollar amounts, according to those categories that you're looking at. And when you do actually click on those dollar amounts, you'll get to specific links, specific student information in regards to that particular status of the application. So we're going to try and look at that a little bit right now. This is just the basic school summary report that you're looking at right here.
We have an online question.
Okay.
Okay, it's in regards to forgiveness of the Be On Time Loan Program. We have students who are in a 3+4 program, which is where a student completes the first 3 years here at our institution and the last year at the school with which we have an agreement that will entitle them to earn a dental degree. Being that the 4th year is completed at the dental school, would these students still qualify for the loan forgiveness?
Yes, they would. And it's important to understand that it is based on finishing within 4 years or graduating with at least a 3.0 at the end of your college career. So that would be a situation where they would be actually eligible, possibly eligible, yes. Okay. So this is just one of the reports looking at the dispersed reports. As I mentioned just a minute ago, there are filtering and filtering features that are on here. You simply would just click on the down arrow on each column and get to more specific information. We want to just definitely encourage you to play around in here, go crazy, just do different things with the comfort and security of knowing that you're not changing any of the data that's in this report. You're simply changing how you look at it and how you want to see it to fit your needs within your office. So definitely be comfortable moving around here and moving into and out of different sections of the report, knowing that the information is secure. Okay. This is a disbursement roster that we're looking at. The extract date definitely is what we refer to as the EFT initiated date, when the loan was actually released from our office, but of course goes to the comptroller's office, and then 3 business days after that is delivered to your office. Okay, so that this report can come in handy for you to actually see what's coming. Okay, and again, using the options of sorting out this information using the down arrow, you can do it ascending, descending, date order in order to get to whatever's you want. You can do it. You can see it's in every single column. So even if you wanted to do it by name, by the amounts, by the disbursement dates, as far as the disbursement amount, disbursement number, you can do it that way. So again, different things you can do here, and definitely encourage you to get to know that, play around in there. The online allocation report, the future pending disbursements. This is what you can look at to see if they've actually done the approval of their acceptance online. So we covered that the student can actually go out there and actually see that information themselves, and you as administrators can actually do this as well by going to this report, seeing if there is a date populated in that column, knowing that they've actually done the final, if they've accepted the final terms of their loan by looking at this information here. Okay. So again, your way of looking at what the student sees as far as on these reports for information that may be missing, you're looking at a particular items, particular columns here for pending disbursements but need documents. So again, these columns showing promissory note or self-certification or whether or not the terms have been accepted, you'll see either a Y or a blank. And so in this particular example, you're seeing that the self-certification is still required on this particular document or this particular student, and therefore the loan is still pending. So that's something that you can see on your end as well, knowing if you're not quite sure, if you're uncertain about what could possibly be holding up the loan, you can look at that information and kind of hopefully get some good interpretation of that. Okay. The online allocation reporting, uncertified pre-approved applications. For this particular report, this is showing you that and confirming when you see this report, you're basically seeing that we have acknowledged to you that we've received all documents, that we have confirmed that all requirements are met for the loan, and at this point the loan is actually waiting for your approval, waiting for your certification. Okay. Now, I wanted to kind of give you a little bit of back and forth with uncertified approved, pre-approved loans versus uncertified applications in process. Now, those applications obviously are needing documents. We're needing something that's going on with that application. Okay, so it's obviously incomplete because we're still waiting for that information. And obviously, we try to communicate with them. We try to let them have that information so they can be prepared or take the next step to completion. If you certify those loans, it'll still be a loan that's still pending. It'll still be a loan that's still waiting for information from our office. If you choose to instead to do only the uncertified pre-approved on this, you have more of an assurance that the loan is going to actually take the next step to the approval process. We've already done the pre-approval on this end as far as the requirements and the documents that are required. So you doing your certification, your approval on your end is going to, there's more of assurance that those monies are actually going to be delivered to your office afterwards. So, I mean, obviously the student would have to do the final approval within the allotted time. But again, these are the loans right here. These are the reports right here that show that the loan is more likely to take the next step to the approval process when you focus on these. I think we have a question. Oh.
There are actually two questions. Does loan operations staff contact the student if the message on their account says errors on application, contact us? Do they rely on the student to initiate the contact?
We put the information online and we want them to initiate the call to us. We instruct them or ask them to contact us. Okay.
Second question is for College Access Loan. Is there a way that the coordinating board can notify the school of the origination fee amount, 3% or 5%, other than the disbursement roster, and that a student has qualified for? Our school processes loan disbursements using different categories for 3% origination fee CALs and 5% origination fee CALs. Knowing before the disbursement roster arrives would be really helpful.
That's a question that's been asked before. Presently, we don't have that capability of letting you know in advance whether it's going to be a 3% or a 5% origination. We can tell you that statistically, our research has told us that for college access loans, about 95, 96% of all students require a cosigner. So the chances of it being a 5% far outweigh the chance that it's going to be a 3% origination fee. We continue to look at that item for hopeful development, maybe better address it, but at present, you're probably better off assuming it's going to be like the 95+% of all students at 5%.
We had some great questions, so please be encouraged to ask as we continue on. So I pretty much was finishing up on the allocation reporting information and hopefully gave you some interpretation of the differences between the reports and what to actually look at as far as where you want to find information. Okay? And as administrators, you have the capacity to actually do some changes within your systems that communicate obviously with ours. So online, you're able to do some things. We're going to show you now how to do some pre-disbursement loan changes for full cancellations and partial cancellations. We're also going to show you how to do some reductions and some increases within the approved amount, and change disbursements for dates forward and dates back regarding the disbursement dates. And I'm going to just also mention that due to federal regulations, the first disbursement cannot be changed. This is partially due to the right to cancel period that the student is entitled to at this point for the Reg Cs. Go to loan cancellations and loan period changes as well. So when you pull up a specific student's information, this is something that you actually see here. I wanted to point out when the bottom portion of this, you have applications, you have loans, and actually when you pull it up, you actually have the application tab initiated or engaged. The application is obviously something that's in process. We haven't completed that information, so we'll get to how you would actually make those changes. But for now, we're doing loan changes, and so these are the ones that we're going to focus on now. You would actually click on that loan tab to actually get to this section of the information to where you can click on the update link, the update loan tab that's right in the bottom there. I think you can see right there. And that'll have this in a good position.
I do have another online question.
Yes, ma'am. Go
Sorry.
ahead. That's fine. No,
And
that's fine.
Probably because of the delay, you'll probably be able to better know what this is asking about. But is this an online form at HH Loans for the student to complete?
What form are they referring to?
That's all the question
Say
says.
it again, please.
Is this an online form at HH Loans for the student to complete? Must have been a form you were just talking about.
I'm not sure. Do you guys
Maybe she will send in
clarify.
clarification. Yes.
Okay.
I'll let you know.
There's definitely forms that are available to the student online, and we can definitely clarify it if they need. Okay. Continue on with the full disbursement cancellations. Choosing on the pre-dispersed cancel / change option there will get you to the next page to actually engage the transaction. So you come up with the student information, and this is what the application looks like when you pull it up. This is an example of a $10,000 loan with 2 disbursements, $5,000 each. Pretty straightforward looking at that. And so again, you want to make the full cancellation for that. So all you would do is just erase the amounts that are in the actual amounts that's showing, the $5,000 amounts, and then put the date that you're actually initiating that transaction, and then the amount of the cancellation. Of course, this being a full cancellation, you put $5,000 for each of those, and hit the Save button. Now, what if the Save button doesn't work? If there's something not right, if there's some kind of discrepancy with the information, the dates or the amounts, it'll actually let you know what's going on with that or what information is still needed in order to go to correct that. And I also want to point out these little tabs here, these blue tabs that you see here, those are kind of little help buttons. You can click on those and get help with the formatting or the information that goes into that specific category of information for your cancellation request. So you can rely on those as well. So again, full cancellation, the whole $10,000 amount of this loan, and then hitting the Save button. This is what you actually come up with, or what you see. This is something that's a pending change. This is something that you see there, that it is a pending change that you see for the first and second disbursement, showing canceled amounts status. So initially, this is what you're going to see, that the information has, at least for now, been transmitted okay. So what's going to happen, though, is obviously anything that you do online is going to come over into our mainframe that evening and then transmit back into the online system. So that's what's going to happen in this situation. The following day, you'll see something like this, to where you actually get confirmation that there has been a cancellation for the amounts that you specified and the full amount of the $10,000 being canceled. Okay. Okay, we have a question online.
The question that we asked just a second ago, and I'll go back to that, is concerning the loan terms accepted portion of the process. And the question was, is this an online form at HH Loans for the student to complete?
Are they talking about the loan acceptance?
The loan terms accepted portion of the process.
That is a link that's made available to them online. It can only be accepted online. So that's the only way that they can't turn in a physical document in order to accept the final terms of the loan.
And just to clarify, the loan acceptance disclosure is unfortunately at this point still sent by snail mail. Now, the link available to the students to accept those loan terms contained in the disclosure is done electronically online, but the actual disclosure is mailed to them.
Was there another one? Is that okay? Okay. All right. So we did a full cancellation there. So we'll looking at a partial dispersed cancellation. Again, this one being a $10,000 loan. This is what you see initially on the application, on the online information. You want to do a half. You want to cut it in half completely. So again, doing the amount, switching those to $2,500 each, doing your date of your transaction being that day, and then doing the amount that's being canceled, $2,500 again. So as you can see, the math just has to work. I mean, it's still a $10,000 loan that it was guaranteed at, and so whatever way you move and adjust the monies, it still has to equal that $10,000 amount that was originally guaranteed for the loan. So again, we're cutting this one in half, $2,500 each. The disbursements, again, showing pending changes. That first disbursement 1 and 2, showing cut in half to $2,500 each. The information communicating with our mainframe and back again. The following day, you see the result of those changes, $2,500 each for each disbursement on those applications, or for this particular student's disbursements. Okay, so reductions and increases, different ways of doing those kind of things. This is a really simple, almost you think it's not quite right kind of process. Again, keeping in mind that the $10,000 is the guaranteed amount, and as you can see here, all you're doing is basically moving the money from one disbursement to the next. So you're wanting, if it were set up as a $5,000 and a $5,000 disbursement, and you're wanting 4 and 6 instead, so you would simply just do that in the amounts. Change the first disbursement to $4,000, change the second disbursement to $6,000, and that's it. There's no need to do any kind of other math for the amounts of cancellation, because that's not even a cancellation. It's just basically changing the amounts around. And one thing I wanted to also point out is you have the ability to do hold release in this same screen here. When you just go here to the drop down box in this section here, you'll see that option to do that. And so that's the same situation in regards to that. You're just holding it. You're not going to have to do any math, any kind of calculations or anything. It's just simply putting it on hold, and if you clear out whatever holdup that was, and you can actually reinstate it yourself. So this is something that you can do online as well. So that option is available on this particular screen as well. Okay. So loan cancellation, if you know that you're canceling the entire loan, if you're not trying to manipulate just one of the disbursements, if you know the entire loan, for whatever purpose, reason, it's going to be canceled, you can go to this canceled option here and put in a date. And that's the end of that process. Now, is there a difference between you doing the cancellations by disbursement? No, there isn't. I mean, you can go to the individual disbursements and do the equations and do the dates, and it works the same way. But if you know that you're canceling the entire loan and there's not going to be any kind of interpretation of the disbursements, if you want to just cancel the entire loan, you can come here to this option here and just put a date, and that loan will be canceled. If you want to update some loan periods, just click on the update loan period tabs in order to get to that information. Okay. As you can see, there's a few other options that are available on this particular screen as well. So obviously you can update the loan periods as you need, as you feel you need to, and you can also look and actually update the loan, the grade level of that particular student, and also the anticipated graduation date. And we're showing you that the school certification date, obviously you've already certified this loan, so why is that date there? Well, basically it's like an update of that certified information that you've already submitted. So we're asking for that date just to have some validity to those changes. So you can do different things on this screen, again, according to whatever the student's needs are. This is where you can go for those. Okay. So we've been talking about loan changes, and we've been talking about how you have the ability at least to go online and try and do some of those things. When you have applications that are in process and you submitted information, you want that information to be changed, that's not something that you have the ability to do. So in those instances, you would actually have to contact our office in order to request us to have those things. Obviously, you can call us and we can take a lot of the information over the phone, but if you need to contact us, if you want to contact us and have that paper trail, you can go to the main webpage that we have, hhloans.com. On the left of the page, you'll click on Contact Us, and that's how you are able to get in touch with us in order to send us information. The information is encrypted. It is secured, so you're okay sending full Social Security numbers. I believe we have a question online.
It says, can you define what pre-dispersal means? If a student's loan has 2 disbursements, fall and spring, and we are trying to make a change to the spring disbursement before it arrives at our school, would that be considered a pre-dispersal cancellation or change?
It can be, yes. Anything that has not actually dispersed from our office would be considered a pre-dispersed cancellation. So a spring disbursement can definitely be something that can be that can be changed online. So again, contact us. You'll come to this screen. Okay. I don't know what that red part was. Basically, you're just looking at the first part as an administrator to do that school staff request, application, allocation information, and then this, even though it doesn't show it, we're showing you the drop-down options that are available when you hit this button. And this section here, obviously, is the area where you actually, input your message to us. And then the good thing about it is, like I said, we all get it as a staff, all of us, and so you will get a response. When you send something to us, when you send a request, when you send an inquiry, we will respond back to you in regards to what we came up with or what we actually did as a result of your request. Okay. We're at the end of our presentation, but we definitely want to continue to leave it open for any kind of questions you guys may have. Okay. So this is our contact information. And if, obviously, if you have any questions or concerns, we're more than happy to help you guys along the process steps. And contact us via phone, via email. So please keep in touch with us as we continue to try and enhance our process as well with your help as well. Okay.
We'll hang around up here in case anybody wants to come visit or have some specific questions. we're not going to ask that you bring us French fries or anything when you make your mad dash out, but we'll be here for a little bit. Thank you.
I do have some online questions if you want to answer them
go
real
ahead.
quick. Okay. And I'm assuming this is about what the loans, but have other schools had issues with not receiving responses via the contact link?
Well,
We do have to say that much as each of your offices encounters in late August and early September an overabundance of emails, that we may fall behind a little bit. We try to address all. In fact, as a lot of schools do, we post temporarily messages and replies that just say, we're in the middle of our mad season, not those words, but we're in the peak season and we just can't reply to your emails. I know I've seen some schools kind of use that concept also. We don't do that with schools, though. We make a point of trying our best to address every email that comes in to us from institutions. So if we missed one, we may have. It wasn't intentional.
Okay, there's another one. If the change that we need to make will change the school certified amount of the loan as opposed to moving money from one disbursement to another, can that be done online?
yes.
That's a simple answer.
Yes.
Okay, the last one that I have right now is if the student has received additional funds and now is over awarded by the time the Cal loan or Beyond Time loan is funded, but has been certified and in the process of being paid, can we reduce the spring amount for both the fall and spring semester and not have to send the fall amount back for the difference? Would you like for me to repeat that?
Yes, please.
Yes, repeat it?
Yes,
Or
please.
I was just wondering if that was the answer. If the student has received additional funds and is now over awarded by the time that the Cal or the Beyond Time loan is funded, but has been certified and in the process of being paid, can we reduce the spring amount for both the fall and spring semester and not have to send the fall amount back for the difference?
And I think the key there is if our EFT payment to you for those funds has been initiated, then it's no longer a pre-dispersal. It's been basically money's on the way. If funds haven't been dispersed, even in the spring, obviously for the spring, then adjustments can be made to the spring disbursement to kind of offset that. But I guess the key is pre-dispersal by definition is money's not there or on the way yet.
That's all the online questions that I
I think
have.
we had one more question. Oh, I'm sorry.
I have a question. Actually, I have two questions. We don't participate in these at this time, and it's probably just because I'm fairly new into financial aid. But on the Cal, we have programs that are, for example, an LVN program, which is a one-year program, and we've staggered some starts to where they start spring, summer, and end in fall. So typically their financial aid isn't completely utilized. But in the programs that start in the fall, they have a fall, spring, and summer full-time semesters to get through that program. And typically what happens is the fall semesters, the most expensive in tuition and fees and getting their nursing kits and scrubs and everything that they need. So they have to maximize their federal loans in the first semester. And then in the second semester, during orientation, I caution them to be very careful about using their loans, because in the summer they're not going to have grant funds available, and they're going to need those loan funds to complete the program. So if we have a situation where this Cal loan could be a very beneficial tool for them to have at the end in that summer semester, and they always have unmet need, cost of attendance remaining. Can they borrow the $2,400 in one semester, or would it have to be split to the $1,200 and $1,200?
Loans are normally set up for semester needs. So if you guys are certifying an application or you're awarding the student, it's for that semester need. So that's how it's broken up, and including the summertime, because that's interpreted as a semester. So it's going to be their eligibility for the particular semesters that they're actually applying for and being awarded as well.
So they could utilize the full $2,400 in that 13-week semester over the
They
summer?
could, yes. It could all be.
Just to be sure we understood, I know a lot of schools have, I think the term is summer headers, where their academic year starts in the summer. And so there are schools that, even if they're not a summer header schools, will certify a loan for an entire academic year, basically 12 months, and 3 disbursements. The system handles up to 4 disbursements. So you could, if I'm understanding you, you could set up an application and a certification where you could ask for specific amounts to be dispersed, one at the start of summer, one at the start of the fall semester, one at the start of the spring semester, or fall, spring, summer, and kind of split your money up that way. Does that make sense?
Okay.
You can keep in mind that the allocation year is from September to August. So during that time period, you can scatter your disbursements. So maybe that helps. I mean, just to know that the system allows, as Albert just mentioned, 4 individual disbursements that can be dispersed according to your direction when you certify the application.
Okay.
Does that make a little sense?
And as well, like you were saying, we do loans just for semester-specific situations. So, yeah, if you were part of it, yeah, you can do just a summer loan. That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
Thank you.
You have one more question back there?
Yes, for Beyond Time, is there a way other than calling you to see if they received a Beyond Time at another school?
I don't believe there is. We get those requests, and obviously we can look at it very, quickly. I don't believe there's another way to know that there is a student who's received Beyond Times at another school previously.
And that's a privacy issue.
Yeah.
To see students' information, even though it's the same student at a different institution. So, you pretty much are blocked from seeing whatever they may have at another institution.
Well, thank you. And like Albert said, we will be available if you guys have any follow-up questions. Thank you.
Again, feel free to pick up one of those maps as you leave if you need to know local eateries. Just for those who are like the simple fare, there's a Luby's just to our left as you go out the building. The second building down is Luby's. Beyond that is a Wendy's. If you go right out of our building, you find a McDonald's and a Taco Bell. We've got haute cuisine all over everywhere. So enjoy your lunch, and we will see you back here at 1 o'clock. Are joining us online, I would like to remind you, please, to send us an email to indicate that you are online so we know how many colleges tuned in. You would send your email note to FA9-26-12 at THECB, which is Texas Higher Ed Coordinating Board, .state.tx.us. That address again is FA9-26-12 at THECB.state.tx.us. For those of you who are at state institution, if you use that same kind of trailer for your email address, I keep expecting them to add Planet Earth at the end of that at some point in time, if it's going to get longer. The other thing that I would like to remind everyone is that in your handouts, you should have a copy of the evaluation form. If you do not have a copy of the evaluation form, there's some on that chair over there on the right. We really would appreciate getting your feedback on today's workshop so we know how to make it better. Those of you who are online, you can download the evaluation form through our website. I can't remember that one by to advise you, but if you're not sure what that address is, send us an email at grantinfo@thecb.state.tx.us, and we'll give you the instructions or just send you the evaluation form. But we really would appreciate it if you take the time to evaluate the work today so we know how we're doing. Our next presentation is on the financial aid database. And our presenter is Tanya Trevino. And Tanya, it's all yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. How many of you are new to this report? Have never done it before? One person, okay. So we're going to get into it. The financial aid database report is a report of students that were enrolled at your institution and completed either a FAFSA or TASFA. These are all students that must be included on your financial aid database report, even if they did not receive aid. So it's anybody that was enrolled, completed a FAFSA or TASFA, and may or may not have received aid, and even those that did not complete a FAFSA or TASFA but did receive aid. I know we've had a lot of questions on those students that should be included. Does anybody have a specific question now? Okay. You do use the SFTP software to submit a fixed length text file to us, and you also use the SFTP to retrieve your edit report. The SFTP login, your username and your password is the same login you use for your Texas Grant and your TEOG reports when you submit them. If anybody does not have that information, just contact me and we will get that to you. This is a flow chart of the process for the financial aid database report. After you submit your entire file to us by SFTP, and each time you submit your FADS file, it must be your entire file. You will receive a file receipt confirmation, and that is sent to your generic email address. This generic email address was verified in May. There are a couple of institutions that we did not receive a reply back from this email address. So if you feel like you may be one of those institutions, please let me know. There's only a handful. After the file receipt confirmation is sent to the institution's generic email address, then our computer performs its edit checks. If when you submit your file and you do not receive your file receipt confirmation back within an hour, please contact me. It may be that we did not receive your file. After our computer performs its edit checks, then the edit report notification is sent to your generic email address. This is just a notification indicating that your edit report is ready to be viewed. Then you go into your SFTP software and download your actual edit report. The edit report lists all of your errors, any questionables you have, any students that did not match between the CBM 001 and your FAD report. It lists the aggregate data that it produced from your financial aid database report for all programs and demographic information. After that, you retrieve your edit report. If there are errors or you have any students that were not matched, then you will correct your errors and reconcile your reports and resubmit your entire financial aid database report to us. If you did not have any errors and all of your students matched or were coded, which we'll get into in the next slides, then you will automatically receive the program and demographic summary reports. And these are sent to the institution so that you can reconcile against your program year-end reports. There are only a couple of programs that we actually can reconcile and give you the program aggregate data for, and that's Texas Grant, TEOG, Top 10%, and TEG. But we still want you to look at all of the other data that's included on those summary reports. If all your programs reconcile and all your unmatched students have been coded or explained, then you can request and complete your certification. We do ask that you first request a certification, and then we'll send it to you, and then you'll complete the certification. The deadline for the financial aid database report this year is December 3rd. This is when your report must be submitted, error-free, reconciled to your CB year-end reports and the CBM report, and certified. You will see the EDC data report processing schedule. There are a lot of reports that are being submitted at the same time, so please be aware of that. However, the financial aid database report is processed first. But even though the financial aid database report is processed first, you might not receive your edit notification quickly. So that's why I say give it at least an hour. And if you still haven't received it, then notify me. And that goes for the same with the edit report. If you don't receive your edit report by the posted time, after the posted time, give it about 30 minutes, then let me know, and we'll look into it. Yes?
One, how early can we start submitting the FADE report?
The financial database report you can submit already. Yes, we have it ready. The edit checks are in place already.
And I apologize, I wasn't here for the morning session on the Hazelwood. Is this going to be incorporated into this FADE report eventually, or is there going to be always two separate reports?
I'll let Jane answer that.
As far as we know, we'll continue to have two separate reports. You know, you are a part of a subcommittee that's looking at the financial aid report, and this may be something that comes up as a part of that discussion. We have a series of special use reports that institutions submit, and one of the things that's been discussed is whether they should be consolidated into fewer reports or maybe one gigantic report, and that can be certainly for discussion with that committee.
Couple of things to remember when you're submitting your financial aid database report. After you submit your report and you see that, after you submit your report through the SFTP and you see that it has been complete, then you must disconnect promptly from the session after you transfer your file. Make sure only one person at your institution has an SFTP session at any one time, or else it will not let you get in or submit your report. Do not log into the SFTP server at the 3-minute or 33-minute time of the hour. This is when our system does its synchronization, and any files that you submit at those times will automatically be deleted. And again, as I mentioned earlier, if your institution submits a variety of reports at the same time, like the CBM 001, we have some all institutions submitting the CBM reports at this time. So if you're submitting a variety of reports, remember the financial aid database report is processed first, but the acknowledgments won't be sent out until after all the reports have been received. So if you haven't received your file receipt confirmation after an hour, then let me know and we'll look into it. Don't assume that once you see that your file has been transferred as complete, that we received it, because there are a number of things that could happen with the system at that time. A couple of things that have changed or will continue, have continued for this year. Student Social Security numbers, we're still accepting the alpha and the numeric characters for the Social Security number and the ID fields. That's Social Security number is field 1D, and the ID field is field 36. We're still following the new federal race and ethnicity codes. That's having the Hispanic, yes or no, as field 15, and then the race codes 16A through G. And one note about this is if you have a student that is listed as Hispanic, you make sure you code them as yes under 15, and then if they had claimed another ethnicity or another race, then you'll need to also put that under 16A through G, whatever they listed. But 15 and 16 must be completed for every student. The match to the FADS and CBM 001 is continued for this year, and that's matching students that were enrolled and reported on your CBM 001 report. We're still matching those between both reports. We have added extra options under the unmatched field to hopefully capture plenty of scenarios that the students may fall under, and we'll get into that in the next slides. The tuition exemptions and waivers fields, the fields 6 through 11, they were in effect last year, although they were optional. This year they are mandatory for public institutions. So all public institutions must use fields 6 through 11. Private institutions will continue to use field 29. In the instance where a public institution may have a student that has received more than 3 exemptions or waivers, then you will put that overflow into field 29. You will get a questionable or a warning if you do report a student in field 29 and also have the student in fields 6 through 11. So that will need to be explained in an email to me. If you only report your exemption and waivers in field 29 and not in 6 through 11, then you will receive an error for that. Discontinued fields for this year are the SMART grant, LEAP, nursing, academic competitive grant, SLEEP, subsidized Stafford loan, unsubsidized Stafford loan, and federal plus loans. The federal direct programs are continued. When you have students that do not match between your FADS and your CBM report, these are the codes that you can use for this student. Everyone on your first submission should be coded with a 00, unless you know already offhand what the code will be for that student. Then you can go ahead and code that student ahead of time. Anytime you do code a student, the student will fall off of the list. And the list is included towards the end of your edit report, but it falls right before your actual student records appear. Any questions on the codes? Which part? The codes, you will, on your first file, you will report everyone with a code of 00, unless you already know what why that student was not going to match between the FADS and the CBM report. Then you can use the appropriate code. Once the student is coded, then they will fall off of the list that appears on your edit report right before your errors appear.
Tanya?
Yes.
If you could repeat the question, especially if the people in the audience don't have a microphone with them, because we have online viewers that can't hear the question and don't know what you're responding to.
Okay. She just asked me to repeat the information I had said regarding the FADS not matching to the CBM 001 report. Yes.
Tanya, one of the things that I'd like to point out is when you do your end-of-year reports, we have the same match in those reports, but it is as a warning. In other words, you don't have to solve the problem at that time at the end of the spring, but we give it as a warning so that you can do the research and be ready for when you do your FADS. So that's why you have it on the end-of-year reports, and we hope that makes it easier to actually have the answers for the students by the time you get around to doing your FADS. Thanks.
And we have an option 11, which is any reason that's not listed under the codes. But we do ask that if you use option 11, that you do send us the reason for using that option, because we still need documentation as why that student did not match. And that goes into the overrides. Anytime you have any data which appeared as an error, but is actually not an error, for your institution or for that student in particular, then we ask that you just send us an email and include the last 4 digits of the student's social and the data element that the error appeared for, or you can copy the actual error that appeared, and that helps us find it as well. And then the reason that the override should be given. Once the override is granted, then you'll receive an email back from me indicating that we have requested the override. Once we do override a student, if you resubmit your file after that is granted, that student's going to appear as an error again. So in most cases, it is helpful if you send me a reminder that that student was overridden, just in case I overlook, because of the 149 institutions that I'm dealing with. But in most cases, it's better to submit your overrides after you know you have finished, you have no errors left. The certification process, it includes reconciling your programs to the year-end reports. And again, the year-end reports that we specifically reconcile to and will include the year-end numbers that you submitted to us are for TEG, TEOG, Texas Grant, and Top 10%. I believe ahead of time, or actually that's happening right now, or is the GNSP staff are sending everyone the actual year-end numbers that you have submitted so that we can perhaps go through this a little bit smoother at the end so that you'll know what your institution reported ahead of time. If at any time we do get to that point where you need to reconcile your year-end reports, you'll either have to correct your FADs to match or correct your year-end reports to match. And if you have to correct your year-end reports, that's just simply revising your year-end reports and resubmitting them. I know for Texas Grant, TEOG, and I believe TEG, the year-end reports that you have to report student-by-student information by submitting a file, you will have to resubmit a file in order to correct those students. Reconciliation also includes making sure you have everyone matched or coded between your FADs and your CBM 001 report. If all of your programs reconcile and you've checked your demographic data, you've checked your program data, other than the ones that we're giving you totals for, then you must request the certification. And the request for the certification is included at the bottom of the email that is sent to you with the reconciliation summary reports. After we've received that request, then we'll send you the certification, and then the certification needs to be completed and emailed back. And that's the only time your institution will be considered done. In the actual manual, there is, I didn't include it in the slides, but there is a website that you can check on the status of your FADS report to see whether it's certified or you still have errors to complete. And that can be found in the manual. Contacts, we have created a specific financial aid database email for any questions that you have regarding your edit report, whether it be program specific, regarding your error report, regarding your reconciliations. It's at the fadb@thecb.state.tx.us. This is monitored daily by myself and another staff member. So we will check it and forward your questions to the appropriate person. And please be aware that since we are dealing with 149 institutions, email is always the fastest way to get a hold of me or someone. And it also allows us to be able to research your question and get an answer back to you. And most of the time on the emails, we do save them. That way we can add them to the question and answers part of the question and answers newsletter, I believe, that's sent out. So we use those, and it just helps us keep the documentation for the future. And I will turn it to Jane. Does anybody have any other questions for me? Okay, I thank you.
I feel like a trailer coming at the end of presentations. A lot of people wonder what we do with all the data you send. I mean, you put a lot of effort into putting this information together, getting it correct, and sending it to us. If you may or may not have seen one of these. It's the report on student financial aid in Texas higher education for fiscal year 2011. This information on this slide is the link to downloading this report if you would like to have it. There are about 30 pages of text, and then all the rest are statistics that are pulled from the data that you send us. Should be a good tool for letting you compare your data to a similar institution, and I hope you will take advantage of accessing that. The report is compiled by the coordinating board after all the FADS reports have been certified. It goes, the text part goes to our board in July for approval and adoption, and then the full report is sent to the legislature at the end of summer. The other questions that we get are, how do we use the data? What are some other uses for the data? This report is the official reason for the data collection, in that it is a mandatory report as, in agreement with a rider to the Appropriations Act. But the data in the FADS report is used a lot by our agency, and among the things that we use it for is in our allocations among institutions. This afternoon, when we talk about Texas Grant, we'll talk a bit about the allocations of Texas Grant funds, and that information will come up as we can show you then how it's used. We get queries daily from the legislature, from the governor's office, from other institutions, other states, about what's going on in Texas, and the FADS report is our best trolling area for the data that these people are asking for. We often give reports on the ethnic distribution of awards or the income distribution by ethnicity of awards in this program, or for all aid recipients, where they come from, what their income and this kind of thing is. The split of students between one sector of higher education and another in the financial aid. I don't remember all the numbers right now, but in fiscal year 2011, I happen to have a resource here. There was $9 billion of aid reported for students attending institutions in Texas, and that does not include students who are attending proprietary schools, because they do not submit data for this report. And the number of students that was reported for who received aid were 872,536. It's obvious that you guys are working with a lot of students, and this is partly how we can show it. If you have trouble explaining to your administration what you do, this information that you submit to us turned around might be a really good resource for you to show them the number of people you're serving, the dollars that you're handling, and that kind of thing. Another thing that we do with the data is that when there is a legislative session and a bill comes up that has to do with financial aid, we're usually the ones who are asked to do a fiscal impact, or what they call a fiscal note, on that proposed legislation. And the data that we have for the last several years can give us a sense of what might occur in the future. So projecting what the impact will of changing this thing or another is through that. And then, as I said before, if you get familiar with it and start using this as a resource, it will help you compare yourselves to other peer institutions, and it might give you a sense of how you're doing. Any questions about the report or anything else? Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Because I ran the FADS yesterday, and I received errors on almost all of my TEOG because it said that the money was higher than 1780.
Oh, yes, I got your email.
Okay, and then
I think I replied to it this morning that we're correcting that edit.
Okay, the other thing is, like, we have a student that's from Canada, and they live in the dorm, and we don't do dorm mail. Therefore, his zip code is a Canada zip code, and y'all can't accept that.
Yeah, I believe you use your institutions.
Okay. Also, the other question is that we have a bunch of students that have total family contribution, but we did not do a need analysis because they turned everything in and then found out that all they were going to get is like institutional or something where we don't do need analysis. But we errored out because we had something in the total family contribution. So are we going to have to go and change all of these to 999?
So these are students who submitted FAFSAs?
Yes, ma'am.
But did not receive any aid?
They received like institutional aid or other aid where we did not do a need analysis.
If they are reported in the FAS report or in your database or in your file that you're submitting as receiving financial aid, but it's all merit-based aid, not need-based aid, that's what you're saying?
Yes.
Then I think you report those with the 9s. They will
Okay,
have to
I
be
think the
changed.
9s are what you're going to have to do. Our problem is that with the introduction of people who are not getting merit-based aid, the vast majority of the queries that we run against this are for people who did the FAFSA, show financial need, and things like that. And so if they submitted a FAFSA and you have an EFC, even though it was not relevant for the aid that they received,
right,
and you would report it, then we have that information about that population. The total population that we have are people who got merit-only aid. That's the newest group that was added. And then among those who applied for need-based aid, those who got some, which is the biggest group, and then those who did not. And even having them in that database tells us something about the group that we're trying to serve. So what I would suggest is adding the EFC, if you have it for them, as opposed to 999, because they did a need analysis, you know what their family contribution is, and that gives us better information than nining them out.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll see what we can do.
That work for you, Tanya? Mm-hmm. Okay. One of the things that has come up in our discussions, and I don't have an answer for this, but it's something we've discussed, is whether when you're reconciling your end of year and the FADS report, if the change is not to eliminate a person, in other words, cancel a full award, but rather to adjust the award amount, whether or why you have to resubmit the end of year report. And the answer to that question is that your end of year report is our source of our data for the verification screens. So if you cancel a spring award or a fall award, you're canceling the hours that you reported them using that grant for. And so if you don't go back and update the end of year report, then that student is going to lose those hours that they didn't actually use. That makes sense to you? So that's why we make you go through the trouble of going back and update at end of year, is that we need that accurate, because that's how we're tracking the number of hours in Texas Grant TEOG that they have, the 75 and the 150. Okay? Anything else?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, going back to the need analysis, merit-based aid. We have a lot of students with the merit-based aid that does not have a calculated EFC, and the cost of attendance is not even performed. And so if I answer no on here, am I supposed to do something else to the EFC on the report? Do I put the 999 there?
Yes, when you're reporting a no that they did not complete a need analysis, or you did not complete a need analysis for the student, then you will need to put 9s for the CO, for the cost of attendance and the EFC. And the 9s tells us the same.
Okay, so for the EFC and cost of attendance, 999.
Yes.
Okay.
If you're indicating they did not complete a need analysis.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Any questions about the FADS report? Our FADB report? I've been informed there's nothing anywhere that would explain calling it FADS, other than my memory, which is questionable at best. Okay, ready to move on? All right. Our next presentation is our drive-through. Gentlemen and ladies, Fasten your seatbelts.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sheba Spears, and I'm the program specialist for the Texas Grant Program. I've got a chance to meet some people this afternoon, but I want to thank you guys for your patience working with me this year with the EOI reports, and I look forward to working with you this year from start to finish. I'm pretty new to the Texas Grant Program, so I thank you again for your patience. This afternoon, I'm going to go over the drive-through section of our presentation along with some other GSP staff members.
We're working on it.
Okay. We have a number of hot topics that we'd like to discuss with you today. They include the prorating of Texas Grant and TEOG awards, exemptions and waivers, the Texas College Work-Study Program, the top 10% reimbursement report, and an overview of the GSP information website, as well as how institutions can track students' eligibility of hours remaining in the different programs. Today, I have the pleasure of going over the proration guidelines for Texas Grant and TEOG with you today. Prorating awards can be very confusing, especially for our two-year institutions who have the fun job of making awards in both Texas Grant and TEOG. So I hope today's presentation will give you a better understanding of the differences between the two programs and the proration guidelines associated with those programs. There are two types of proration models used for Texas Grant and the TEOG program. So let's talk about the Texas Grant Prorating Awards first. The first proration model is based on the total hours remaining in the Texas Grant Program. This proration model would be applied to a student who is within 9 hours of their 150 credit hours if they're receiving Texas Grant for the first time as a high school graduate, or within the 90 hours for those students who received their first Texas Grant Award after obtaining an associate's degree. And they must be registered at least half-time, which includes about 6 hours during the semester. If the student has 9 hours or more remaining in Texas Grant, this student is eligible to receive 100% of the Texas Grant Award for the semester. If the student is between 6 and 8 hours remaining in the Texas Grant Program, this student can receive 50% of the maximum Texas Grant Award amount for the semester. And lastly, if a student is enrolled less than half-time and has fewer than 6 hours remaining in the Texas Grant Program, this student can receive 25% of the maximum Texas Grant Award amount. And those award amounts were provided to you when we provided the guidelines for the upcoming school year. We gave the breakdown of the maximum award amount and the average award amounts. Does anybody have any questions about this model? Okay. The second type of proration model will be used to make a Texas Grant Award for an approved hardship. And later in the presentation, we'll actually talk a little bit about what is a hardship. If a Texas Grant hardship is granted and the student is enrolled in 9 hours or more for the semester, the student is eligible to receive 100% of the maximum Texas Grant Award amount for the semester. If you have a student who's registered or enrolled between 6 and 8 hours, to determine the prorated amount, you're going to take the maximum award amount for the semester, divide it by 12, and multiply this amount by the number of hours the student has enrolled in for the semester. I wrote down a couple of questions because the hardship can be a little confusing. One of the questions we get a lot of times regarding hardships are, is graduation considered a hardship? And we've looked through the statute, and the statute associates students who are getting ready to graduate with a hardship, so it's yes to that question if you have a student who's getting ready to graduate. Can a graduating senior in their last semester who is enrolled in 5 hours receive a Texas grant? And this comes up a lot of times too, because the student may have more than 5 hours or 6 hours remaining in Texas grant, but they've only registered for 3 hours or 5 hours because that's all they need to graduate. This student is not eligible to receive a Texas grant award because one of the requirements for this program is that the student is enrolled at least 6 hours to get a Texas grant. And just as a reminder, a Texas grant award cannot be made to a student who is enrolled in less than half time or 6 hours. This includes prorating awards due to hardship, limited hours remaining in the program, and for students who have registered for limited hours because they're graduating. Any questions? Those are the two basic models for Texas grant proration. Okay, let's talk about prorating awards for the TEOG program. This information is primarily for our two-year institutions, so I'm going to emphasize what makes the TEOG proration guidelines different for the Texas grant guidelines. If a student has been approved for a TEOG hardship and they have enrolled in 6 hours or more for the semester, this student can receive 100% of the maximum TEOG award amount for the semester. But if a student has an approved hardship and they have enrolled in less than 6 hours for the semester, to determine the prorated amount, you're going to take the maximum TEOG award amount for the semester, divide it by 12, and multiply this amount by the number of hours the student has enrolled in for the semester. This formula is similar to the formula that's used for Texas grant proration for hardship provisions. The difference here is going to be your TEOG maximum award amounts are going to be different from Texas grant. And again, you can make an award in TEOG for a student who has enrolled in less than 6 hours, but for Texas grant, you can't make that award if the student has enrolled in less than 6 hours. So before looking at the second model for TEOG, let's briefly go over what is a hardship. The CB does not determine what is considered a hardship, but each institution must adopt an institution hardship policy and have it available for the public to review upon request. All hardship decisions must be documented in the student's record and available upon request if requested by the CB. The second TEOG model should be used when prorating awards for eligible students that have less than 6 hours remaining in the TEOG program. Before going over the prorated guidelines, I just want to emphasize that if you have an eligible student enrolled at least half-time and they have at least 6 hours remaining in TEOG, this student is eligible to receive 100% of the maximum TEOG award amount for the semester. However, if you have an eligible student whose remaining hours in the TEOG program are less than 6 hours due to the 75 semester credit limit, this student is only eligible to receive 25% of the maximum TEOG award amount for the semester. Are there any questions about the two TEOG models? I know we have quite a few two-year institutions here this afternoon. Did that make sense, the breakdown between Texas grant and TEOG? So again, I'm going to emphasize that TEOG award must be prorated for an eligible student who is enrolled in less than 6 hours for the semester, and this student can receive up to 25% of the maximum TEOG award for the semester. If there are any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them at this time. Yes, I see someone.
Wait. Not on. Sorry.
Okay. Are we looking at any time where I know institutions can go and view to see if the student has gotten a Texas grant or a TEOG, but are we looking? Can the students view that information or not? How much eligibility they have? Okay, if not, can we go there or not? Can we go where the student can go see how much eligibility is left? Like we have the Pell now, that we have that 600% rule.
I know that's one of the things that Sophia is going to cover is tracking the eligible hours that students have remaining in the program. Right now, the way it's set up, really only the institution has that information available, but I believe they can share that with the students if they're in question of their remaining hours.
We can certainly look into the possibility of creating like the Hazelwood database where a student could access his or her own records. I don't know why we couldn't go there other than just resources to get it done, but we can, if you would send me an email to remind me of that, I'll make a note also, and we'll see what the possibilities are of adding that aspect. It makes good sense for the students to be tracking it. One of the things they would need to remember, though, is that that is not updated until after your end-of-year report is certified. So there can be a delay in looking at the numbers. Okay. Good idea.
Very good idea. With that said, I'm going to turn this presentation over to Amy Pringle, who's going to talk about exemptions and waivers with you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank y'all for coming. I hope y'all have enjoyed the workshop this far. Winding it up. I assume that I'm Amy Pringle, and I work with the exemption and waiver programs. So I've probably worked with some of you in different capacities, and I look forward to getting to know you in the future. I assume that most of you know about the exemption and waiver program, so my overview is going to be very brief. Whoops. There's two types of exemptions and waivers. There's the, I apologize on the slides, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Can y'all pardon me for just a moment? I'm sorry.
Okay, on the exemptions and waivers, these are two different types of programs. Exemptions, and if you read in statutes, you'll find that the terms are used in a very sloppy way. Sometimes they talk about an exemption that waives this charge. The difference between an exemption and waiver is really something that we've come up with so we can discuss them coherently. So for our purposes, exemptions are programs that allow Texas residents or non-residents to pay a reduced tuition or fee amount. So you could have an exemption from student service fee, or you could have an exemption like Hazelwood that is tuition and a combination of fees. A waiver, on the other hand, is something that allows a non-resident to pay a reduced non-resident tuition rate. That would include the competitive scholarship waiver that allows a non-resident, if they get a scholarship of at least $1,000, to pay the reduced tuition rate of a resident. Again, these are fairly arbitrary terms and definitions, but they will let us talk about things as we go forward. Another way that we differentiate among these programs is between the mandatory, which institutions are required to award if the student is eligible for them, and optional, where the institution has the option of choosing not to make these awards. The main thing I would say is that if you're institution's decision is not to make the awards is make sure you don't make it to anyone in that circumstance. It's an either-or kind of decision. If you choose to make the optional awards, okay, what's an example of one? The exemption for disabled peace officers, for some unknown reason, is an optional one. And so if you had someone prove eligibility, your institution could choose not to make that award. The valedictorian award is an optional one. Your institution is not required to waive tuition for 2 semesters just because of them being a valedictorian, though most institutions go ahead and choose to do so. That is definitely your institution's choice. If anyone has any questions as we go through these, please let me know. Be glad to help. Okay, some quick facts about it. Exemptions and waivers are targeted towards specific populations. One of the difficulties we have in getting the word out about these programs is that you can't have an assembly at a high school and look out there and say, oh, I bet those are foster care students, or those are, it's hard to identify students who qualify for these. You're very reliant on them learning enough to come to you and say, I think I qualify for one of these. So one of the things that's really important that would probably help get these used would be if somewhere on your website you had a listing of the programs that would let them know that they might qualify and tells them where to go and seek further information. Some other things that make these programs difficult is that they are so diverse. You can't learn one and then assume you know how the other one works. You need to look at that other program. If you go online at the College for All Texans website to get information about them, you go to get all the facts is the first screen that you look at. Then you look at paying for college. The next one is types of financial aid. And just like I mentioned before, that's where you have exemptions, waivers, grants, etc. And you can click on one of those categories and get to the details about the program. So you can also share that website, of course, with students who are trying to figure out if they qualify and let them do the grunt work to find out whether they should come to you and ask about the program. These programs are not administered by the coordinating board. They are administered at the institution level. We have rulemaking authority for a handful of the programs, but for most of them, these are totally done at the institution level. Where we might come into play would be if you have a question, we'll be glad to discuss the options that you have. But like with residency, the decision is up to you. Oh, this stuff always breaks me up. Sorry. All right, statistics. Next slide. Oh, that's me. Okay. I'm on top of it. I just don't know what it is. Okay. The state of Texas now has 61 programs that we call exemptions and waivers. You could actually come up with a larger number if you decided to break these programs into their parts. In other words, is Hazelwood for children and vets and spouses and legacy, is that 4 programs or 1? The count of 61 assumes it's 1 program. So that gives you an idea that this number is kind of wobbly. But there are a lot of programs. In 2011, 237,000 students received an exemption or waiver. And the value of those was $498 million. Now, this money comes out of your pockets. This is absorbed by the institution. It is not reimbursed by the state. Let's see. Okay. One of the discussions that I mentioned this morning when we were talking about the legislative proposals is whether some additional control should be added to these programs to maybe put some dampening on the expanse of the cost of these programs to institutions. But that will be something the legislature has to decide about. Does anyone have any questions about exemptions and waivers? Boy, the note here is to give your presentation after lunch. You get fewer questions at that time. And work study? Renee?
Hello, my name is Renee Jones, and today I will be going over the Texas College Work Study program with you. I will go over the eligibility requirements, the Title III, Title V waiver, and the transferability of funds, and also the reports and their due dates. The purpose of the Texas College Work Study program is to provide eligible, financially needy students with employment while attending an eligible institution. In order for a student to qualify for Texas College Work Study, they must be a Texas resident, enrolled at least half-time of a full course load, show financial need, and is registered with Selective Service, or either be exempt from this requirement. If you have a student who is an athletic scholarship recipient, if they're enrolled in a seminary or any other program leading to license to preach for a religious sect, or if they're undocumented or an international student unable to legally work in the United States, they do not qualify for Texas College Work Study. If your institution has no questions allowed.
The undocumented students and international students, how is that going to affect the Senate bill students with the new Obama law?
If you have a student who comes to you with proof that they have a work permit, then they would be eligible for work study if they are classified as a Texas resident. You know, so the what you're calling deferred action plan allows basically is an order indicating that immigration will not pursue deportation and so forth for people of certain ages and who meet certain criteria. And they also indicated that they would probably, or they would try to provide some of them permits to work. And if one of these students who qualifies under the 36-month approach with the affidavit has one of these documents that indicates they're eligible to work, then they would be qualified for work study as well.
Okay. Another question.
Sorry, Renee.
That's okay.
Just a sec. I don't know where I had read this, or maybe I just dreamt about it, but do they have to take regular college credit courses, or can they be developmental classes? I don't know where I thought I had read that they could not be taking only developmental classes to get the Texas Work Study. Or did I make that up in my mind?
I think you made that up.
Maybe. Fine. Statue or something. I don't know. No? Okay. Right? Federal? No, they can't. They can.
All we can say is that it is not a part of the state statute.
Thank you, Jane. That's the more professional response. Okay, if your institution has received a Title III, Title V waiver from the federal government, and that waiver exempts your institution from the 25% matching requirement, the state will also honor that waiver. All you have to do to receive that exemption is to send a copy of that waiver to me at grantinfo@thecb.state.tx.us. If you're a nonprofit employer, you must provide 25% of your Texas College Work Study students' earning and 100% of the other employee benefits. If you're a for-profit employer, you must match at least 50% of the work study students' wages and 100% of the other employee benefits. If your institution participates in Texas Grant, TEG, or Texas College Work Study, you can transfer 10% or $10,000 between these three programs. In order to facilitate that transfer, all you have to do is send an email to the program specialist that handles that program, and as long as you haven't exceeded that 10% or $10,000, we will grant that transfer. And keep in mind that the 10% or $10,000, it applies to the account that the money is coming from. And lastly, I want to go over the reports that are due. The progress report is due February 20th, and if the 20th happens to fall on a weekend, then it's due that following Monday. And what the progress report does for us, it gives us a snapshot of how your institution has spent your money. It tells us how much of your funds you have encumbered, the amount that you're going to release, and any additional funds that your institution can use during reallocation if we have any additional funds. And then the year-end report is due June 15th, and that lets us know how much money your institution has spent, the number of students awarded, and the excess funds awarded. And as Tanya was talking about the financial aid database earlier, the year-end report for work study also has to be reconciled with the financial aid database. And if you haven't received an email from me, you will receive an email, and the numbers are not etched in stone. I'm just sending you the numbers to see if we match, and hopefully we will, and that'll eliminate a lot of problems in the long run. I guess that's it, because it's not going any further. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you for your time. That's my time.
Wake up, wake up. Hi, I'm Sophia Rodriguez, the program specialist for the Top 10% program. I'm going to be discussing the reimbursement report because there's an upcoming deadline this Monday, October 1st. And by Monday, October 1st, all students submitted for initial and renewal must be submitted on an accepted file in order to be paid. So, any errors concerning duplicates also need to be resolved, and any verifications pending that have been submitted need to be cleared in order for the students' awards to be paid and the award to be valid. Does anyone have any questions regarding this matter? Okay. Let's discuss the financial or the reimbursement file. The reimbursement file does not, interesting. The reimbursement file does not tell us whether the student is SAP eligible or whether you've issued a hardship to award this student. What the reimbursement file does do for us, it provides us the identifying information for the students and also their priority status award amount. Because you do have to submit two separate files for initial and renewal, it also gives us the information of whether the student or recipient is an initial, renewal, or bonus recipient. Again, the file doesn't identify whether the student is SAP eligible or whether you've issued a hardship. That information is later reported on the end-of-year report. So if you feel that you are asking for money for a student who was last reported on your end-of-year report as not eligible, you can ask for that award. The system isn't going to check your last reported SAP eligibility. You can ask for that money, and then later you can update that information. Let's talk about the report itself and error reports. Once you submit a report, you will get a file receipt confirmation. If there are any errors found on your file, you'll also receive an email notifying you that you have an error report sent to you via the secure file transfer. The error report will only list errors found in the file. Once you've corrected those errors, you can resubmit the file. If the file is accepted, you will also receive another email notifying you of the amount that the file was accepted for and the total record count that the file was accepted for. In this example, you can see there's 22,011 students. What it'll also do, though, it will accept students who are duplicate. Those are only warnings. And also students that you reported where verification is pending. So if your file does indicate that you are going to be paid $22,000 for 11 students, but 2 of those students are duplicate, when you receive your reimbursement report, it's not going to list the duplicates. I can't pay you the duplicates until I've cleared that error or warning. So once your file is accepted and I've made a payment, you receive a reimbursement report. There is no email notification of that other than the accepted file email. You'll get this in your secure file transfer listing the student's full name, social security number, amount that they were awarded, and the date that I processed the payment. To clear any duplicates, thankfully we don't have very many. Currently, today, there's only 72 duplicates reported. For the schools who were paid the awards and there's a duplicate request for it, I've already sent out a secure email asking them to confirm whether or not the student is enrolled at their institution and if they're planning on refunding any money if they're not, or if they have a hold status on them, have they cleared the status, or are the student just not, it's going to cancel, so that I can pay the duplicate institution. And those emails went out last night. So as soon as I get those cleared out, I will go ahead and update the system and pay the students. Thankfully, a lot of you guys waited till after the 12th class date, so we didn't have as many duplicates as we did last year. In this example, though, if you want to clarify your duplicates, you're going to send me an email. In the subject line, you'd indicate your FICE code and the duplicate verification. I need a list of the first name, last name, and date of birth of the student. If you have an error report, you can use the data record number in that error report, because I have that error report as well, and I can look up their name and social from that error report. We asked initially, and I think last year you guys were contacting the other institution to confirm that they were going to refund the money. If you don't have a confirmation from the institution, you can still submit this request so that I can go ahead and start the process on my end, asking for the other institution to refund or clear up that error so that I can pay you who's asking and saying this student is enrolled full-time at my institution. I have a question.
I have a question online. I guess everybody online finally woke up. I don't know. We haven't had any questions for a while. How do you resolve students who you have requested funding for who still need to complete verification? Are we able to send you an email?
Yeah, this process is similar to the one as it has been for the past few years. You send an email notification to the top 10% email address and just indicate first name, last name, and say that the ISER verification is complete. That is all you need. With your FICE code in the subject line, preferably of your email, I could easily find the student and change them from verification pending hold to approve and pay them the next time I do a voucher. So it's a very easy thing to do. Just send me an email. I don't need their ID number. Just give me their name, date of birth, and I could find them under your FICE code.
I think it's also important to note, and you may have already done this, Sophie, and I just missed it, is that Monday is not only the deadline to submit students who are eligible at your institution, but also if you submitted a student who needs to complete verification, it's the deadline to complete that verification and tell us that it's completed and they're still eligible, and it's the deadline to take care of any duplicates. So it's a big deadline.
Yes. It's a big deadline. It's a hard deadline Monday. I'm going to stay here late, process all the files that I can, process all the duplicates, clear that all up at anything that I receive. I have another question in the back.
Okay, hi. How would you like us to handle the students who we have been reimbursed for but now find out is not eligible?
Okay. I would love for you to send me an email. If you have my secure email address, go ahead and send me the student ID for that student so that I can change them to refund. If I get any money from any school, I usually call them and say, who's it for? so that I could update the system. But if you can do it preemptively so that I know ahead of time, I can change them, and if there's another school waiting for that money, I can go ahead and send that out and just wait for your refund. I'm not going to wait for the money to come in to pay out the correct institution. I just need a confirmation that a refund is going to be sent for that student's award.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, well, now to the fun part. Have you all used the GSP information website? Yes, wonderful. We've revamped it. If you do have the previous link, it used to be where you had to use the link, log on with a FICE code ID and password. Now, if you click the link, it automatically takes you to the main menu. And we've added quite a few different things to the main menu, information that we hope is very helpful to everyone here. One of the new things is news you can use. What we'll list there is maybe some changes that we made to the website, new documents that we've provided on the website. If you haven't used it recently, you can check it out, see if it's something that you want to look into. We will list current memos that are sent out. You can see that the calendar will be listed there, financial aid database report, manuals listed, College for All Texans is listed. And lastly, if you go down, we have program-specific information, general information, and then trainings and webinars. Under the general information, we have the Q&As. Has everyone been using their Q&As? Yes? No? Yes? Yes. We love the Q&As. I use them all the time. I get a question. I said, oh, that's on September 1st Q&A. There is a reference that gives a comprehensive list of the questions, organized by program and date. So if you get a question for top 10, you can just check to see if it's asked before and there's actual and official answer for it. You look it up there. You can print out the answer for it and or just read it, so then you know. I use this reference tool all the time. You may have already received an email from me saying, oh yeah, that answer is listed here and here's how I found it. So we do have, for example, today's training. The presentations and handouts are listed in the website or can be downloaded from the website. Another neat tool that's going to be coming soon are webinar trainings. These are a series of trainings that are provided by our office for your staff for the programs of Texas Grant, TOG, TEG, Hazelwood Report. I know that one was a hot topic. Texas College Work Study. So it's an audio webinar that you can sit through. We were very kind. Most of them are about 10 minutes long. So if you listen to a Texas Grant series, you're only going to be listening to it for about 30 minutes. So it's condensed and it's just a review, but it could be something good for new staff that wants to better understand state programs. Now there is tracking of hours. There is still security on the website. If you do want to view a student's Texas Grant eligibility of hours, you will have to go to the verification screen. When you click on the verification screen, you're going to have to log in. So the access to the website isn't going to have any secure information available to the viewer unless they have an ID and password. Once you log in, it's a very familiar site. You'll be able to put in a student's social security number, name, or date of birth. Also, I just wanted to remind you for Texas Grant, you can print out a report for all the students who are at your institution or reported by your institutions whose hours have hit 125. So if you want to find out whether students are getting close to the 150 maximum, you can do it that way. We have updated just a review of what is printed out or what can be viewed when you search a student. There's total hours completed. And then also we update this, and Jane had mentioned that the information can be a little old at some points in the year. Right now it's all new. It was last updated as of August 1st. So it has the current information for hours for this last reported in a year. But when you get closer to the end of your next year, it'll feel old. It'll feel like, well, the student already has taken 24 hours. That information is not updated. So we'll list exactly when it gets updated so you guys can see that the information, how current the information is. The same will go for TEOG. And also you have the information listed there for TEOG. Does anyone have any questions about the website or the verification screens?
This is where we can also go to see if a student received a Texas grant at another institution or TEOG at another institution.
If you would log in, this is example TEOG. If you put in the social security number for the student, it would give you the following information. And that information would be current as of August 1st. So it'll show up all the hours that they've used, the semesters so far that they've used, whether or not they were last reported SAP eligible, their GPA, their completion rate, all of that information.
If for some reason it's not there, are we okay to accept some type of emailed confirmation from that institution and award them accordingly?
It should be there. If a school has issued a Texas Grant Award, they should have been reported on the end-of-year file, and that information gets updated into the verification screen. So you should be worried if a student says, oh yeah, I've got Texas Grant, and you can't find them anywhere, call me. Maybe it's a glitch in our system, but they should be on there. It should be a good resource for you to determine whether or not a student is eligible for renewal or not. Another question?
If at the end of the spring semester they didn't make SAP, like I had probably 25 students that didn't make SAP, their GPA was like a 2.43. And so we encourage them, get in here for a summer course, we'll pay for it, we'll find funds available for you to pay for this, get an A in this course. They would establish their eligibility again then for fall through summer work, correct?
Yeah.
But that information's not going to be available here.
It isn't, but
for example, if they did that at our school and then went to her school, she wouldn't see that.
She would see that it's not that their last reported GPA was 2.43. Sad. But she would also see your transcripts, and you could submit a summer update, or she can submit a summer update. A summer update file is a very short file. If you're not familiar with it, it can be done anytime throughout the year. It has about 10 fields, first name, last name, GPA, completion rate. So you can actually update the eligibility screen with the summer update file.
So I should be sending a summer update file.
If you know that all these kids made it, you can submit a summer update file. That way, if they happen to transfer out of your institution, it's clear to everyone who wants to know whether or not they're eligible because it says it on our website. Now, it's not end-all be-all. If a student says, I did take summer school, they just haven't updated it, and they bring you the transcripts, and you can see that the student is eligible. That is their eligibility. This is just help you determine the eligibility.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
It's just a resource. Another question?
Yes, a question. Why is it there an error if a transfer student received TEOG at one institution and comes to another institution and receives Texas Grant?
It is because when you're doing your end-of-year file, a student cannot receive both of those state programs in the same semester. So we need to override that error. We need to confirm with you that the student did not receive Texas Grant and TEOG at the same time.
So if they receive TEOG, let's say fall, and they transfer in spring, and I cannot see the TEOG verification screen, so I award them Texas Grant, and then at the end of the year for reporting, it's an error.
It is an error that we will ask for verification in order to override. So we don't want to take that error away. We need that error to make sure that students don't get both. And what we'll do is you'll get an override. So you'll submit, I confirm that the student only received Texas Grant for the spring. and then there is another school, and that school gets an error, and they say, I confirm that they received TEOG only for the fall. And we keep track of that information to make sure that there isn't a student who receives both TEOG and Texas Grant for the same semester.
And Cora, I think there's no way to get around the error report, the error message. Just because if a student attends 2 different schools, there's really not a way to get around that error report because all schools are submitting their end-of-year reports around the same time.
It's intentional. We want to be able to verify with you.
Thank you.
I have an online question. Is a database similar to what you just went over with Texas Grant and TEOG going to be available for Top 10 in the future?
It is definitely something we could consider. I think it would be helpful, although it wouldn't necessarily have all this information because they don't have a hour maximum. They have an hour requirement of 30 hours a year, but not a maximum. So, but I think it might be something we could look into. Like Jane said, it depends on the resources. So, anybody else? All right, well, this was my presentation, and I will obviously be around if you guys have any further questions. Thank you. I think we have a top 10% priority model presentation upcoming.
A Texas Grant priority.
Texas Grant.
What did I say?
You said
top 10.
10%. Don't scare them.
In my head.
Let me ask the group, we are scheduled to have a short break. Shall we take a short break, or do you want to continue and finish a bit earlier? Shall we take a 10-minute break and then come back, and then we'll get into Texas Grants? Okay, very good.
Okay, this next session is going to be about the Texas Grant Program. We're going to talk about the I was about to say the dreaded priority model. I don't know. The priority model and other changes that are coming up with the Texas Grant Program. To go. We've been talking for a couple years now about the priority model. I know I've been talking about it during the regional training that we've been going around the state and doing, and we keep talking about it, being for the 13-14 year, and that seems like it's so far away. Well, guess what? It's upon us. You're going to need to be able to start processing with the priority model beginning this spring for next fall awards. So we're going to talk about what the priority model is all about. We're going to start off by talking about the state priority deadline, which is also new for the 13-14 year. It is effective, as I said, for the 13-14 year. It applies to the general academic teaching institutions, and when we use that term, that is actually a term that's defined in statute as public universities, Lamar Orange, and Lamar Port Arthur. So 2-year institutions that participate do not have to pay attention to the priority model or advertise it or use it. You can if you choose to do that, but it's not something that's required of you. It is required of the universities, Lamar Orange and Lamar Port Arthur. The reason that we have the priority deadline for the state programs is to help, just like your priority deadlines are at your institutions, it's to help in prioritizing limited funding to eligible students. So many of you, I am assuming, might even change your institutional priority deadline to meet that of the state priority deadline just for less confusion with your students. Have any of you chosen to do that? Is it already at March 15th, your institutional priority deadline? Okay. Okay, well, I've noticed that some institutions have already changed, if it wasn't already March the 15th, they've changed their priority deadline to meet the state priority deadline so that there's more consistency there. Institutions will have the flexibility to determine what it means to meet your priority deadline, your state priority deadline at your institution. If that means submitting the FAFSA to your institution, if that means submitting the FAFSA and all other requirements like verification, et cetera, all those that's complete, that could be your definition or your interpretation of meeting the priority deadline. So it's up to your institution to decide what it means to meet the state priority deadline at your institution. Even though this is not something that's required at two-year institutions, the March 15th date will still be used as the date for top 10 for all participating institutions in the top 10 program to determine the difference in priority 1 students and priority 2 students that we will use when there is limited funding and we may only be able to help the priority 1 students. So it's the March 15th deadline that will also be applicable to the top 10 program two-year institutions as well. Okay, priority model. Any questions? Yes, ma'am. Sir. Ma'am. I can't see because of the column.
It's me, Cora. I just want to make sure what's exactly due, so I'm going to repeat, I think, is just to make sure that all the paperwork is submitted by the student by that deadline so we can begin processing, or is there an actual report due?
For a student to meet the March 15th state priority deadline, that is going to be determined at your institution what it means to meet the priority deadline at your institution. So that's up to you. Let me ask you this. With your institutional priority deadline, what does it mean for a student to meet your institutional priority deadline?
For us, our deadline is April 1st to have their FAFSA submitted, their verification information submitted in the office so we can process.
Okay, that may also be how you want to define it for the state programs for the March 15th deadline. You may want to say having your FAFSA turned in, having all your verification documents turned into our office, but it sounds like in your case, you don't have to actually complete the verification process and have any corrections made. It's just the student getting all those forms into your office to be ready for processing. That's what it means to meet your priority deadline, correct?
Yes, correct.
So that's what you could do with this priority deadline as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. The priority model, as we've said before, is effective with the 13-14 application period. It's going to impact students, and this is awkward to me. I'm going to move over here. It's going to impact students who graduate from high school May 2013 or later. It's not going to affect, the priority model is not going to be applied to students who graduated from high school earlier than that. It's going to impact students who meet that priority deadline, that March 15th priority deadline at your institution, who are initial applicants, so this doesn't affect current renewal applicants. This is only for initial eligibility determination. And as we've said before, it's going to only affect students who are attending the general academic teaching institutions, which are the public universities, Lamar Orange and Lamar Port Arthur. Again, if you're at a two-year institution, you don't have to go with the priority model. You could choose to if you wanted to, but that's not something that you have to do. It does not impact your institution. Okay, in the priority model, not only do you have the student will have additional requirements that they have to meet in order to be in that priority model group, they also have to meet the existing basic eligibility requirements for initial awards. And just to go over those so that we all remember what those basic requirements are. The student has to have graduated in the recommended or the distinguished high school program or its equivalent. Classification as a resident of Texas. Registration with selective service or eligible for an exemption. Have no felony conviction or crime involving a controlled substance. Demonstration of financial need, and for incoming freshmen, the current demonstration of financial need is an EFC of $4,000 or less. And then enrollment at least 3/4 time as an entering freshman within 16 months of high school graduation, or a student who has an associate's degree can also get into the initial applicant pool by then entering into
just receiving their associates and going on for their continued education. Okay, so those are the basic eligibility requirements. In addition to those basic eligibility requirements for the priority model, did you have a question? Yes, ma'am.
Or crime. What does or crime mean? We've had some inquiries where a student has been charged but hasn't been prosecuted. How's that?
What I would suggest is that you consult with your legal attorney, your legal counsel, to see if that student situation meets what is in statute about this particular requirement. We're not really here to tell you what qualifies and what doesn't qualify, unfortunately. So I would suggest that you visit with your legal counsel about that. Jane, did you have anything other? Okay. Okay. So in addition to the basic eligibility requirements for a student to be considered in the priority model group, they have to meet the requirements in at least 2 of the following 4 areas for priority consideration. The 4 areas are advanced academic program, TSI readiness, class standing, and advanced math. So let's talk about those a little bit. Advanced academic program. There are 3 options within the advanced academic program that the student could use to meet one of the 2 areas. They could have 12 hours of college credit from dual credit or advanced placement. And it doesn't mean that they have to actually complete the dual credit or the advanced placement credit, like take the test to get the advanced placement credit in college. At the time that you are reviewing them for admission to your institution, usually the 6th or the 7th semester of high school, if they are on track to complete 12 hours of college credit at that given point in time, you can consider them meeting this area of the priority model. The catch is going to be is if they don't end up completing those 12 hours, just like in the current Texas grant basic requirements, like for the recommended. If you're currently looking at the recommended high school program in the 7th semester when you're admitting that student to your institution, you can go ahead and award that student based on that being on track for that recommended high school program at that given point in time, and they can get their initial year of eligibility. But if they don't complete that recommended high school curriculum, then they are not eligible for a renewal award on into the 2nd year. So with this, if they do not end up completing the 12 semesters of college credit, then you'll have to look and see, well, did they meet the basic requirements? Did they at least graduate with a recommended or distinguished program? If not, then they're not going to be eligible for renewal in the 2nd year. Does that make sense? So you could then, if they don't meet this part of it, look at the basic eligibility requirements to make sure they at least followed through with that. And if they didn't get through with the recommended, then they wouldn't be eligible to go on and get a renewal award. They lose eligibility. Yes, ma'am.
Just to be clear on this, for community colleges, you said that we're not required to follow the priority model.
That is correct.
So we decide not to follow it, we don't have to follow the additional academic requirements either?
That's correct. Okay. These requirements right here are just for the priority model. 2-year schools do not have to follow the priority model. Universities, Lamar Orange and Lamar Port Arthur, you don't have a choice. You have to implement the priority model at your institution beginning with the 13-14 year. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just repeat.
That's fine.
Starting with the 2013 freshman students coming in.
Fall 13, spring 14. Mm-hmm.
Yes. For those students, if we award them just based on recommended plan, you're saying that they will not be eligible to receive the renewal?
What I'm saying is the way it currently exists right now with the basic eligibility requirements, the way it's been for several years, let's forget the priority model. If you awarded a student a Texas grant because they met these basic requirements that we just talked about a second ago, these right here, they met these basic requirements. The way it currently is right now is that if you awarded the student because they were on track to complete the recommended high school curriculum or program, and you awarded them, they received their fall and spring award in their freshman year as an initial student, and it turns out they didn't end up completing the recommended high school curriculum. They dropped out of some courses in high school and ended up not completing it. They are not eligible to go on for a renewal award. They've lost their Texas grant eligibility because they didn't follow through. They were on track, but they didn't follow through. So what I'm saying is on the priority model, and I know this is confusing and I'm probably not explaining it very well, but in the priority model, the same is going to apply with these 12 hours of college credit. That if they're on track to have that 12 hours of college credit, let's say in the 7th semester when you do your admission to your institution, you can award them, or that's one of the areas that they will meet one of the areas for the priority model. They still have to meet another one. We haven't gotten through all of them yet. But let's say that's one of the areas that they met. At that given point in time in the 7th semester, they were on track to complete 12 hours. And then they ended up not completing the 12 hours, and you find that out in their freshman year. You can, at that point, instead of just losing their eligibility for the renewal year, you can look to make sure they met the basic requirements, which is a recommended or a distinguished program. And if they at least did that, maybe they didn't end up completing the 12 hours, but if they at least completed the recommended program, then that lets them continue to be eligible in the sophomore year. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Are you sure? Because I may not, Jane, you may be able to explain it better than I am.
I think I got it. Thank you.
We can keep trying. It's not on.
So the student loses complete eligibility if after the first year they didn't complete their required for the advanced academic program, right? They didn't complete that. So they lose complete eligibility after that first year.
Are we talking priority model?
Yes, priority model.
Priority model. Then you can look if they at least didn't complete the basic requirements.
But they didn't. Let's say they
didn't complete recommended. Yes, they would lose eligibility. That's the way it currently is.
Forever. Okay.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
But wouldn't the official high school transcript confirm?
Yes. Many times, though, the official high school transcript, like we were talking earlier today for top 10, usually don't get that until August or September, correct? And if you're determining eligibility for the basic requirements or for the priority model in the 7th semester of high school, you can determine eligibility based on what that unofficial transcript says, that they're on track to complete recommended, they're on track to complete the 12 semesters of high school, of college credit. You can make the award, but when you get the official transcript and it says they didn't follow through, they've lost eligibility, you don't have to take their initial year award away. You just can't continue them with a renewal award. Maybe that's where the confusion was. You don't take the initial award away because you made it with good intentions. Clear as mud? Okay. So, 12 hours of college credit, complete the Distinguished Achievement Program. That's also one of the requirements in the basic. So, if they've met it in the basic eligibility requirements, obviously they can meet the advanced academic program requirement here for the priority model. Or complete the IBP, the International Baccalaureate Program. So, one of those three can make them meet the academic or the advanced academic program area for the priority model. You couldn't get two in that area to meet 2 of the 4 areas. You'd have to have 1 completed in 2 of the areas that are listed here. So the second area is TSI readiness. They have to meet the Texas Success Initiative's assessment thresholds or qualify for an exemption. That would be the second area. So they could have 12 hours of college credit and be TSI ready, and they've met 2 of the areas for the priority model. The third area is class standing, graduate in the top 1/3 of the high school graduating class or have a B average. We're getting a lot of questions on this one concerning graduating in the top 1/3 of their high school graduating class, because we are aware that there are several high schools that are now not rating their students to see if they're, if they're first out of whatever, 10th out of whatever. If that's the situation, and there's no way that you can get that information from the high school, unfortunately, that student loses that possibility, that one area, to qualify for the priority model. So it's in the student's best interest if you can work with that high school to get them to rank that student. Yes, ma'am.
One moment. We have a question from online. For advanced academic program requirements, the question is only the distinguished and international baccalaureate accepted, and the recommended high school diploma is not accepted for this requirement?
That is correct. The recommended high school is not high enough to meet this advanced academic program area for the priority model. It's just the distinguished and the international, or the 12 hours. But as far as the high school program is concerned, the recommended is not high enough for the priority model. Advanced math is the fourth area, and it has to be, their student, in order to meet this area of the priority model, they have to complete at least one math course beyond Algebra 2. And in your handout for this section, there is a handout that looks like this that shows math course options that will meet the requirement for a math course beyond Algebra 2. Any other questions about these four areas? Okay, if you're at an institution that has to implement the priority model, if you have funds remaining in your allocation after you've awarded your priority students who have met the priority deadline of March the 15th, and you still have monies that you're able to use for initial awards after that point, you do not have to pay attention to the priority model anymore. You can go ahead and look at the students who meet the basic eligibility requirements. So your main push on the priority model is to look at students who complete by the priority deadline of March the 15th, who met the priority model requirements. Once you've reviewed them and awarded them, then you're free to use the remaining allocation for students who met the basic eligibility requirements. Okay, any questions about that? Allocations under the priority model will not be affected either with a reduction or with an increase because of the priority model. And Jane's going to go over how allocations work with the Texas Grant Program here in just a little while. But the priority model in and of itself will not affect that process. Your institution's share will still be based on eligible, needy students at your institution. Okay? If you're concerned about that. Okay, some questions. As I said, we've been talking about this coming up for a long time, or at least I have when I go out and do the regional training. And now it's upon us. Have you been thinking about it? And what are you doing at your institution to get ready for implementation of the priority model? Here's some questions that we've thought of and that based on questions that we're getting from institutions. You've got to think about the requirements for the priority model are you getting this off of the high school transcript? Are you getting it from your admissions office? Does your admissions office even know that this is on the horizon and they need to be looking at this and somehow communicating to you that a student meets these requirements? I mean, you're not probably going to have a high school transcript in your office to know if there's a math course beyond Algebra 2. So how is that going to work at your institution? One of the things I think of from my time at an institution is even if our admissions office can tell by looking at the transcript that there's, say, a class beyond Algebra 2. Is that being captured in the student record system so that when I go to do my packaging rules, I can pull that information to know that that student qualifies for the priority model? How is that going to work at your institution? Anybody want to share anything that they've had to do at their institution in preparation for this implementation? Have you started preparing for the implementation? Okay. Well, it's something you need to start thinking about. How are you going to capture this information in your student record system? How are you in the financial aid office going to access that information? Is that programming going to be implemented by the spring when you start pushing the button to package? Just something to start thinking about. Y'all can think about it on the way home, I guess. Okay. Another thing you need to keep in mind is that, as we do with other things, as Jane told you about the financial aid database report, we have to report to the legislature a lot of information that they request. One of the things that they're going to request, or that we're going to be required to report to them, are the number of students that were awarded the Texas grant based on the priority model. The only way we're going to know that is if you let us know that. So you're going to need to be able to capture that a student was awarded based on the priority model, either through some indicator in your system, some field that you populate, maybe a program code account that you use that's different from the other initial Texas grant awards. I don't know. But you're going to need to know which initial students were awarded the Texas grant based on the priority model, because you're going to have to report that to us. It's going to be reported to us on the end of year, the Texas grant end of year report. It may not be the next one. It may not be till the 2015 report. We don't know yet, but you are going to have to let us know who was awarded via the priority model. So you need to think about how you're going to capture that information as well. Now they're being awfully quiet. Okay, so that's the priority model in a nutshell. Some other changes. Any questions? Okay. There's another change that is also effective with the 2013-14 application period, again, only for the general academic teaching institutions, which are, again, I keep saying this, but we want to make sure everybody understands it, the public universities, Lamar Orange and Lamar Port Arthur. And this change for the 13-14 year is a new category of students that can be considered for an initial year award. You know, currently we have incoming freshmen that enroll within 16 months of high school graduation, and then you have students who get an associate's degree. They can both be considered as initial students. There's a third category beginning with the 13-14 year for all institutions. This is not just priority model. This is a new initial year category option. And it is for students who meet the following criteria. An eligible entering student who graduated from high school May 1st, 2013 or later, enlisted in the military service within 12 months of high school graduation, and enrolled in college within 12 months of receiving an honorable discharge. Okay, so a student in that situation can be considered for an initial award, and this is to protect them from the 16-month time frame that most incoming students have to go to school within that 16-month time frame to be considered for an initial award. This protects them from that because they went into the military. Any questions about that? Jane.
We have a comment that the difficulty in awarding initial funds is that all renewals have to be funded first for us to even know how much money we will have left over for initial awards.
That's true. Currently, you give priority to renewal students before you award initial students. However, this year, I believe it was effective this year, we lightened up, or we gave you more flexibility to determine a cutoff date when you can start looking at initial awards and not waiting for renewal students to complete. You could do that as early as your priority deadline, if you wanted to do that. It used to be October 1st across the board. You can continue to do October 1st if you want to, but you have more flexibility now to decide if you're going to give those renewal students until, give them a date to get their application complete for renewal award consideration. Have y'all continued to look at October 1st, or were you even aware that that flexibility now exists? Okay. Does that make sense? You have some more you just have some more flexibility with that requirement. You are correct that you have to look at renewal students, but you have more flexibility to put some parameters on those students to get their application in. Yes.
We have a question. So the new category for IY award consideration, which would be the military, will not be available for community colleges?
That is for all institutions that are participating in Texas Grant. That's not just a priority model. That's not a priority model requirement. That is a new IY category possibility for students, just like the incoming incoming freshman within 16 months, the associate's degree student, and now this third category for an initial award consideration. So that is available at two-year institutions. That's not priority model. Yes, ma'am.
But they do have to have graduated on May 1st or later and that kind of stuff.
Yes, they have to meet the criteria that's currently showing, yes. Okay, let's look at some proposals for the legislative proposals for the Texas Grant Program. As you'll notice, the word is in red. As Jane was saying earlier, these are proposals. These are not, these may not even go anywhere, but just to let you know what may be on the horizon, we just wanted to share this information with you. So the key word in the title is proposals. It is not a done deal. Effective date, there is none because it's not a done deal. We do not have an effective date for any of this because they may not happen. So just to let you know what could happen. Enrollment status. There is a proposal to increase the enrollment requirement for a Texas grant from 3/4 time to full-time status. Eligibility period, there is a proposal to, instead of the 150 semester credit hour limitation that currently exists, or 90 semester credit hours for an associate's degree, there is a proposal to change it to cap eligibility at 8 semesters for a 5-year period for a 4-year degree. And if the degree program is above the 120 hours, which is a normal 4-year degree, then there would be some ability to extend that a little bit higher. So a little bit of a change in how you do maximum time frame for Texas Grant. Some additional proposals, the maximum award amount. There is a proposal to change the maximum award amount to the average tuition and fees plus an allowance for course materials less the student's Pell Grant award less the student's EFC would be the maximum award for that particular student. And this is still being played with, so none of this is in stone. The question was, you said average, not actual, and the proposal right now is average tuition and fees. And some of these change on a daily basis, so just letting you know. Jane.
We have a question going back to the high school GPA calculation for the priority deadline. Texas high schools are not required to report a GPA on a standardized 4.0 scale. How are schools expected to determine if a student has a high school GPA of 3.0 when high school GPAs are based on all different types of scales?
The only answer that, and Jane can add to this if you would like, is I know from some of the institutions with whom I've spoken is that they have they have charts to be able to do some translations from whatever point scale that particular high school is basing their GPA on to change it into a 4.0 scale. Again, if that's something, I guess, that you can't figure out, it would be similar to the ranking of the student. If you can't figure out that they have at least that GPA requirement, unfortunately, that student may lose out of being able to meet that part of the priority model criteria. Jane, do you want to add to that?
I think your answer is quite correct. If the high school is unwilling to provide the data that you need to accurately determine the student's rank, you would probably have to just rely in that one category on the high school there are two options in there. One is the high school rank, the other is the GPA, correct?
We'll go back.
Okay, worst case scenario, you have a school that won't give you a rank and they have a GPA that's all over the map. They could actually be eliminating this as one of the 4 options for their students and really make it harder for them to compete as a priority student. Hopefully they won't go that far. They will go and make some accommodations for the rank and so forth.
There is a proposal to eliminate the matching requirement. Currently, students who receive a Texas grant, you're currently required to match with non-loan monies up to that student's cost of tuition and fees. And there is a proposal to remove that requirement for institutions. There is a proposal to amend the requirements for the controlled substance statement to match that of the Title IV federal requirements so that you can use the FAFSA to collect that information and to make sure that that student is meeting that requirement. I know that's been a big stumbling block, especially at the 2-year institutions. They've had a lot of trouble getting students to complete that controlled substance statement. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, there is a question on the TASFA application that asks about that as well, but they still have to complete the controlled substance statement. Will that be a proposal also?
Well, for TASFA, since the TASFA students don't complete the FAFSA, and we're speaking a lot in acronyms, so if there are people out there listening, I hope the TASFA is the Texas Application for Student Financial Aid. You know what the FAFSA is, the free application for federal student aid. So a TASFA student would still have to complete the statement because they don't complete the FAFSA to go through that process with the FAFSA.
Okay, on the Texas Grant year-end reports, could that be a spot where we can indicate it? For your
Indicate
record?
what?
The controlled substance questionnaire.
Oh, that the
Yes or no?
student signed it?
Yes.
The problem with that, and Jane may want to add to this, is a statement, if it's the statement that we're currently using, and let's say it doesn't go through that we can use the FAFSA, and it's the statement that we're currently using. It depends on how an institution worded that statement, whether or not it has to be collected every year the student receives a Texas grant or a TEOG. They could word it where it says that I have not been convicted, blah, 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 and sign it. And I realize it's my responsibility that if my status changes, I have to let the financial aid office know. So in that case, they only need to get one statement. So if you were to report it on the end of year report, we would have to know what good that information is for that particular institution. Is that, see, if that statement is good for the long haul, or if it was just good for that year, that would be hard to monitor. Does that make sense? I mean, we could collect whether or not there was a statement. I just don't think it's going to meet the needs of making sure that that student is not in that situation. Does that make sense? Okay, another proposal is that Texas Grant will be moved to just the general academic teaching institutions, which again, public universities, Lamar Orange and Lamar Port Arthur, not be a program at the two-year institutions. Let the TEOG program be the program at the two-year institutions, and then funding that was a part of the funding that was allocated to the two-year institutions for the Texas programs would then be moved over to the TEOG program, so they would not be negatively affected with their allocations. So Texas Grant would become just a general academic teaching institution program, and the TEOG would remain at the two-year institutions. Transfer students, there's a lot of ideas being thrown around about how we can, the proposal to create an eligibility or a better eligibility pathway for transfer students. Right now, a transfer student, if they go, say, from a two-year school to a four-year institution, they have to have received a Texas grant at the two-year institution to continue at the four-year institution, or they have to start as an initial student with an associate's degree. So there's some talk on how can we open up a better eligibility pathway for transfer students to get a Texas grant. How can we make it more flexible? So there's some proposals going on there. Any questions about any of that? Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Jane, and she's going to explain, hopefully, how the allocation process works.
Thanks, Lynn. Allocations are things that are assigned to the coordinating board, and that we have to distribute these funds that are appropriated for different programs among the institutions. But there's nothing in statute, or very little in statute, that implies how that should be done. I've been working with the grant programs for a very long time, and originally the only one that we did appropriations in and allocations was the TEG program. And then along came SSIG and PSIG and LEAP and SLEEP and so forth. Texas Grant was the first time we ever ran into anything that talked about initial versus renewal students. And so it was brand new territory for us to try to figure out what to do. In all cases, our goal is to distribute the money where the students are, in agreement with where the eligible students are. We want to provide every institution its fair share. We want to cover renewal students. The policy in Texas Grant since the get-go with renewal and initial was that first priority were the returning students who had met the SAP requirements, and then what leftover money we had is for initial students. And then to use the balance of money for initial students. Now, there have been discussions in the last 6 months and earlier about whether this concentration on renewal students is appropriate or not. But at least as far as I know, no conclusion has been reached that we would change this. So what I'm going to say now is a description of how we allocated funds for the coming year, for FY13. Actually, I guess it's this year. I'm still catching up. But these could change depending on decisions that are made by the legislature and so forth. We use a lot of information in working these calculations. The data comes from your current, let's say this is spring of 2014, and we're trying to allocate for FY14. What we would be looking at are your funds request forms that indicate number of awards made and the amount of money that you've issued. That's our most recent information about the number of kids you have in the pipeline who could be potential returning students next year. We also look at your end-of-year reports because we want to know how many kids graduated, because they should be pulled out of the renewal group. We're looking to see what your average awards are, so whether you're awarding full awards and therefore you need full awards per student, or if you're not, in which case that money stretches further. The CBM reports are used to estimate the retention rate. How many students at your school who came in this year are likely to come back next year? That also impacts the estimate of how many should be provided funds through the renewal fund. And then the financial aid database report is the primary basis of the allocation of initial year money. Through the FADS report, we can identify undergraduates who are Texas residents enrolled at least 3/4 time with an EFC of 4,000 or less. So we've already narrowed the scope of the population we're trying to serve. And then we take that population and bounce it against data from TEA. I think it's the PEIMS data. But to identify which of those students or how many of those students have the recommended curriculum. So when we allocate the initial year money, we're really very close to the real students who are eligible to receive money at your institution. And that's our goal. Okay, when we allocate renewal money, we start with the number of IY and RY students in the current year. Now, I'm going to talk through the university approach first, and then we'll take a quick look at two-year colleges. We subtract the graduates. We apply that one-year persistence rate. Let's say only 90% of your students typically return the next day, or next year. Then we would take out that 10% of the renewal group. We adjust it by the average award that you make, and it's not just what happened this one year. We want to look at your pattern of using money. So we go back 3 years, and we look to see, in that year you used, on average, an award of 80% of the total or max you could do. Next year it was 75%, next year was 90%, and we average those three. Because we want to give you what you need and will use, but we don't want to give you too much, because any too much that we give you in renewal is coming out of the IY fund. So we're real careful trying to go there. Then we've added one more adjustment is to look at, okay, we have been doing this approach for the last several years. Now let's compare what we expected to happen to what really happened. In other words, we anticipated you'd have 54 returning students, and instead you had 45, or you had 60. Then we make an adjustment, and we take the larger of those two. You know, if your school actually got more students coming back than we expected, then we want to make sure we accommodate them. So that's another adjustment made to the calculation. Once we have a number of students returning, we multiply it times the target award amount, and that's your allocation of renewal money. But as you can tell, we don't throw darts at the wall. We get as close as we can with the data that we have to give every school its fair share. Now, can this be improved upon? Yeah, probably. We would add more and more layers of complexity to it. For instance, using a one-year persistence rate to apply against all your returning students. You know, a freshman returning to sophomore percentage is different from your sophomore to junior, which is different from junior to senior, and so forth. We can get a lot more complicated there if we have the computer support and so forth to do so. So this is subject to tweaking every year. We do little tweaks each year to try to improve the accuracy, to make sure we give everyone what they have to have for renewal, but we don't give too much anywhere, so that we keep as much for initial as we can. Okay? The only real difference between the university model and the community college model is that you have, the two-year colleges have a much lower return rate for Texas grant recipients. So instead of taking IY plus RY, we take IY plus 25% of RY. And that's our starting point for the allocation of renewal money. Any questions on this? We'll take a look at a spreadsheet in a moment that may make some of this make more sense. Initial awards. Okay, we've done all of the renewal calculations. We've added it up. We subtracted from the appropriations to see what we have for initial awards. The first question is, how should that initial year money be split among the universities, two-year colleges, technical colleges, and so forth? Or in other words, we have 4 groups. We have universities, community colleges, technical colleges, and the Lamar Institutes that are in that group. Since the awards for each of those 4 groups are of different sizes, we want to know where students are going, because we want the distribution of awards to be fair, not the distribution of money. In other words, if we went by award amount, the institutions that would get all the money are the universities, simply because they need so much more per student. But what we want to do is make sure the money is distributed the way the eligible students are. So we look from data from TEA about the distribution of students with the recommended curriculum as they transfer into or move into higher education. And we look to see what is the split of students who enrolled at least 9 hours in the fall term, show financial need. Now, some of this data is coming from FADS, the FADS report. Were classified as Texas residents, had EFCs of 4,000 or less, and then we look at the information of where they went to college when they came out of high school. And let's say that 50% of the kids went to two-year institutions, then 50% of the awards that we want to make in Texas Grant for the next year should be at two-year institutions. That's where we're trying to go with this calculation. Making sense? Okay. And then, okay, let's now agree that there's going to be $1 million for community colleges. And we have 5 colleges. Do we give each one 1/5 of the money? No. We distributed among those 5 institutions based on how many of the eligible students are at school. So if the first school had 100, the second school had 200, the third one had 300, and the fourth one, I'm getting over my head in the math. But you would add all of these up, and you'd say, let's say the total was 1,000 students, and the first school had 100 out of that 1,000. They would get 1/10 of the students that we expect to get the awards. Okay? Same is true of the next group. If they had 25%, they would get 25% of the awards in the community college sector that we mentioned, that we calculated a moment ago, based on the enrollment trends of people coming out of high school into secondary higher education. And then once we've done that, we figure it out for the total, multiply it against the target amount, and those are the allocations per institution for the IY funds. So renewal money is based, as you would expect, on the students we expect to return to your institution next year. And it's not just a number that was here. We're not going to assume all of them are going to come back. We know from history that that isn't true. So we kind of wheedled that number down to be as close as we can to the actual number who will return. We make the awards for them, and then we take the leftover money, split it among the institution types based on where students enroll, and then within each sector among the institutions based on the number of the students that qualify at each one of the schools compared to that total group. Make sense? It's very simple math. It's basic algebra kind of calculations, but there's a lot of it to it. Each person or each institution's final allocation is the sum of those two. Now, we had a couple of years where renewal, instead of being allocated per institution, was put in a pool. And that was a great luxury for us because we didn't have to worry. If we were off a little bit on this one and we were high and this one was low, the pool would take care of that. Since we got back to doing it for each program, for each institution, there's a lot more anxiety about getting these numbers correct. Last year when we did these calculations, there was one significant error. Not last year, but a year ago. And you know what the error was? We had, the spreadsheet has 5 or 6 worksheets in it, and we import data from one to the next. They were all alphabetically in order. One of them used the University of Texas in all of those names. The other one just said University of Texas. And when you sort alphabetically, University of Houston goes before it. You end up with the data misaligned, even though both of them are alphabetically listed, and you end up making mistakes. So it was not any of the complicated calculations that were wrong. It was the pulling data from one spot to another. So if you don't think we went through that with a fine-tooth comb this year, I assure you we did many, many times. We haven't figured out a way to automate this yet. And that would be something that would probably take a few years off my life if we can figure out how to do it. There have been discussions of putting more detail about the allocation into rule, so it's more apparent, transparent to the institutions how we do it. My problem is, if that is the decision that is adopted, what level of detail do we put in rule? If we want to be able to learn each year what works and doesn't work and do a little tweaking each year, how much of this detail should be in a rule in order for us to have that transparency? And we're open to suggestions, ideas about how to do it. But this is the process for Texas Grant. We have a very similar process for TEOG because, again, there you have renewal and initial students. TEG, bless its heart, just has one kind of student. They don't care, and that one is a much easier one to do. And so this work study is done strictly based on like an IY calculation here, data from the FADS report that identify eligible students who qualify, and every school gets its prorated share of the money that's available. So work study is nice and simple. Any questions about this? Do you want to see a spreadsheet, or is this sufficient explanation? Anyone anxious to see some numbers? Okay. If you want to, I can bring it up on the computer, and those who want to see it may do so. If you want to head on down the line, that would be okay. I do again ask you, please don't leave without turning in an evaluation. We would greatly appreciate that. I appreciate all of you coming. Hope you have a safe trip home. Again, those of you who want to see the stats, feel free to stay behind and we'll bring them up. Would you go ahead and open that spreadsheet? I'll probably need to go over there in order to have the access to the mouse. I started to say squirrel. Please have a safe trip home. Again, thank you so much for coming, and we wish you well as the new year unfolds. Thank you, guys.